Please be seated. The continuation of the 8th sitting of the second session of the Fourth House of Assembly is now in session. Good morning, honorable members. Honorable members, at our last meeting, it was agreed by me and supported by the Premier and other honorable members to seek legal advice on the question as to whether the House of Assembly has the power to reprimand the governor and whether the House was on solid constitutional grounds as it relates to a motion against the head of the executive branch in his violation of the Audit Act and obstructing the duties of the House of Assembly under Section 47(3) of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. I have received 2 out of 3 legal opinions requested. To date, I have not received the opinion of the Attorney General. Both independent legal opinions, one from a local veteran counsel and the other from an overseas constitutional expert, have drawn the same conclusion. 1, this Honorable House is sovereign as a co-equal branch of government and has the legal and constitutional rights to question the actions of the governor. 2, the House of Assembly can debate a motion to reprimand the governor for his reported violations of the Audit Act. And 3, the House of Assembly has the standing via our Constitution, the standing orders, and in Erskine May to debate a motion seeking to make our position clear of violation by the governor of the laws of the Virgin Islands, resulting in the obstructing of the duties of the House of Assembly, as there are also many case studies to support these 3 conclusions outlined, as honorable members would have read in the full text of the 2 opinions. While this chamber has no authority to remove the governor from office, who was appointed by Her Majesty, and which is not being sought in the honorable member's motion, however, if the motion carries, the next step will be for the Speaker, in consultation with the Premier, to convey to the Foreign and Commonwealth Office the position of this Parliament on the governor's alleged violation. It is important to note, according to the 2 legal independent opinions, although the governor is the Queen's representative, there are stark differences between the 2 institutions. One such difference is that, unlike the Queen's, the decision of the governor can be directly challenged in court. With that said, I call upon the Honorable Attorney General Baba Azid to render his opinion on this matter before the House.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity and the privilege afforded me to provide my view on the current motion to reprimand the governor of the Virgin Islands. Before I do that, I did hear the Speaker mention that the House of Assembly is sovereign. If I may dissent from that position, and it is by authority of the Privy Council decision in Bahamas District of the Methodist Church in the Caribbean and the Americas, and the Honorable Vernon J. Simonet MP and others. At paragraph 29 of that judgment, it is provided explicitly clear that in other common law countries, their written constitutions, not parliaments, are supreme. So, in the Virgin Islands, our written constitution is supreme. Thank you on that. Mr. Speaker, the motion that is before us is brought to reprimand the governor for allegedly causing the special audit report to be laid before the House of Assembly outside the time period stipulated in Section 22 of the Audit Act 2003, and for obstructing the duties of House of Assembly under Section 47(3) of the Virgin Island Constitution Order 2007. That section, that is the Audit Act, states as follows: the governor shall within 3 months of the receipt of the special report cause the report to be laid before the House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I use the words in the act, shall cause. There is a dispute as to the date on which the special report was received by the governor for purposes of the computation of the 3 months period within which the special report must be laid before the House of Assembly. On one version of the facts, the special report was received by the governor on 27 January 2020. And the other version is that the special report was received by the governor on February 7, 2020. Either of the dates is immaterial at this point in time with respect to the fact that the special audit report was laid on the 28th day of May 2020. So whichever date you use in your computation, the fact still remains that the specific provisions of the Audit Act was not complied with. But, Mr. Speaker, I would want to speak importantly on certain jurisdictional aspects of the motion to reprimand. The starting point is Section 82 of the Constitution of the Virgin Islands. And it provides that the legislature may by law determine and regulate the privileges, immunities, and powers of the House of Assembly and of its members, but no such privileges, immunities, or powers shall exceed those of the Commons House of Parliament of the United Kingdom or of its members. Indeed, the Legislative Council, then Legislative Council, which is now the House of Assembly, and the legislature as a whole, did in fact, in 1968, passed the House of Assembly, in bracket, Privileges, Immunities, and Powers Act, Cap 137. Mr. Speaker, in this act, there is a comprehensive and exhaustive list of offenses that may be committed by non-members of the House of Assembly. Those offenses start from Section 8 to 10 of the Act. It is my contention that to the extent that the powers and privileges have been exhaustively provided for in the Act which governs the privileges of the House, it is to that document that we may look for the powers and privileges of the House of Assembly. Indeed, Section 8 is titled Offenses and Penalties. And of particular importance is Section 10F of that act, which says that a person who does any act which obstructs or impedes the Legislative Council or any committee in the performance of its function, or which obstructs or impedes any member or officer of the Legislative Council in the discharge of his duty, shall be guilty of an offense and shall, on summary conviction before a magistrate, be liable to a fine of $500 or to imprisonment for 6 months, or to both such fine and imprisonment. That is what the Act provides for. It is respectfully submitted that by this Act, the House of Assembly has conceded, consented to, or waived in favor of the courts its power or jurisdiction to punish non-members. If there is a need for analogy, I will refer this Honorable House to Section 87 of the Virgin Island Constitution Order 2007. That section vests in the High Court the jurisdiction to determine questions as to the membership of the House of Assembly. Question as to the membership of the House of Assembly touches and concerns the privileges of the House of Assembly. Nevertheless, it has been passed on and over to the courts of the Virgin Islands to determine. And there are two cases which speaks to this. One is Teberger versus Laundrie, 1876 UKPC, which is cited with approval in Strickland versus Grimer. They all speak to the fact that even though the legislature may have had the power, that power by that vesting has transferred, has conceded, has consented to that power be given to the courts. Additionally, it has been decided by the Privy Council in the case of Doyle versus Falconer that colonial legislative assemblies have, in the absence of express grants, no power to adjudicate upon or punish for contempt committed before their walls. It was further held that it cannot be inferred from the possession of certain powers by the House of Commons, by virtue of their ancient usage and prescription, that the like powers belong to the legislative powers of comparatively recent creations, independent territories. Doyle versus Falconer was a decision from the Dominican Republic. But, Mr. Speaker, assuming for purposes of argument that the position that I have advanced here is wrong, if the motion to reprimand is affirmed by the House of Assembly, Section 16 of the Constitution of the Virgin Islands, which provides, among other things, that a person charged with a criminal offense shall be afforded a fair hearing within a reasonable time by an independent court established by law, would be violated. Mr. Speaker, indeed, fear was expressed in a green paper produced by a joint committee on parliamentary privilege in the United Kingdom of the possibility of a successful legal challenge of the penal powers of Parliament under Article 6 of the European Convention of Human Rights. It was one of the reasons why the Mother of Parliament in Westminster has been reluctant to punish non-members for contempt and other offenses committed against the House. Unsurprisingly, the European Court of Human Rights, in the case of Dabikoli versus Malta, a judgment delivered on 27 August 1999, agreed with the applicant who had submitted that the charge of breach of privilege, of which he was found guilty by the House of Representatives of Malta, was a criminal charge falling within the ambit of Article 6 of the Convention, which provides in paragraph 1 as follows. In the determination of any criminal charge against him, everyone is entitled to a fair and public hearing by an independent and impartial tribunal established by law. This paragraph is identical with section 16(1) of our Constitution. From the foregoing, it seems to me that the motion, though no doubt can be brought by the honorable member, may suffer from jurisdictional and constitutional difficulties. I note in passing that the offense of obstructing the duties of the House of Assembly under Section 43 of the Virgin Island Constitution, which falls under the rubric cabinet, is a nebulous offense. I say nebulous because if you look at the Constitution, Section 47(3) comes under cabinet. And if you go through the powers and privileges of the House, there is no correlation between obstructing a cabinet and the power that is vested in the governor hearing. If you look at the Audit Act, it imposes a duty on the governor by Section 22 to cause the special report to be laid before the House of Assembly. It does not address Cabinet's responsibility under Section 47(3) of the Constitution. Additionally, it does not even address the manner by which the governor is to cause the special report to be laid before the House. It seems to me from this and the previous position that this motion for reprimand may have a number of constitutional difficulties. Finally, the Honorable Speaker has inquired whether the governor can be recalled following an affirmative adoption of this motion. My answer to that question is taken from the powerful dissent of the late Justice Scalia in Morrison versus Olson, where he cited with approval dicta in the Supreme Court decision in Busha, which, to paraphrase, is to the effect that an official must only fear the authority that can remove him, and that in the performance of his functions, he must obey that authority. The governor is an appointee and representative of Her Majesty's government of the United Kingdom. I would say no more on this. This summary, which I have provided, will be followed by a more comprehensive advice and the reasons in support of the summary. I did this summary precisely because I had a very short window to deliver. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. Honorable members, having listened to all legal opinions, including that just rendered by the learned Attorney General, I've made a decision that the debate on this motion will proceed. We will take a 1-minute recess. When we return, we will start off with the Deputy Premier, followed by the Minister for Transportation. The House is in a 1-minute recess.
Is he seated? Not ready. We will continue the debate. I recognize the member of the third at the moment.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, you mentioned that you had gotten two opinions from legal experts and scholars on the matter before us, which is the motion. In addition, there was an opinion that you requested from the Attorney General, which you didn't receive, but proceeded to have the Attorney General present his opinion, of which he said it was just a summary. Mr. Speaker, there is a thing out there called public opinion, and it's very important because it's still alive. In all fairness, Mr. Speaker, to this motion and the people who are listening, it is imperative, Mr. Speaker, that you present your two opinions in order to bring some balance to the discourse, Mr. Speaker. Because I am pretty sure, since the Speaker stated that the two opinions that he received are of like mind. And I am pretty sure, Mr. Speaker, that since you decide that you're going to proceed with the debate, they must be very different from what we just heard. So in light of that, Mr. Speaker, I think that there is a thing called fairness, and there's also a thing called enlightenment. And if you're going to enlighten the public, you need to enlighten them with the facts as they exist. I would appreciate very much, Mr. Speaker, if you would accommodate that request.
So, member of the third, if I'm right, you're requesting that the two submissions that was sent in be read.
Correct, Mr. Speaker. I think it needs to be done in order to bring balance to what we just heard in the entire discourse, Mr. Speaker.
We will call a short recess, a minute recess, please. can resume. Please be seated. In regards to reading the opinions, we will continue the debate, and after the debate, we will read in the opinions into the record. At this time, before we start the debate, there's a few things I would like to say in a statement, small statement. In regards to the way we conduct ourselves in the House, I sit and I listen to members speak, and we talk about respect, and we talk about things about each other that we should not do in this House. There's a section in the Standing Order that speaks to debates, which we need to follow. The rules for members not to speak. That's section 43 of the Standard Orders. Example, members shall be present in the council during a debate, shall enter or leave the council with a decorum, shall not read books, newspapers, letters, or other documents, save such as related to businesses before the council, shall maintain silence while another member is speaking, and shall not interrupt except in ordinance with the Standard Order, and shall otherwise conduct himself in a fit and proper manner. I am speaking to this because when we're in debate, we should be debating, not doing other business. And I'm saying this to both sides of the aisle, so that when we start a debate, that we stay in the rules of the Standard Orders, please. At this time, we will start a debate with Honorable Deputy Premier, Minister of Health. You have him alone.
I'd like to thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to lend my voice to this very important debate. It may be lost on some, but this House convened this session on Thursday, the 28th of May, last month. And here we are 192 days later and 192 hours later and trying to get through the very first matter. I will ask your indulgence in reading from notes from time to time, if you may, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt says that there comes a time in the affairs of men when they must prepare to defend not their homes alone, but the tenets of faith and humanity on which their churches, their governments, and the very foundations are set. The defense of religion, of democracy, and of good faith among nations is all the same fight. To save one, we must now make up our minds to save all. I have expressed my displeasure and the fallacy of playing any sport invented by others with rules and guidelines known only to the inventor of the sport and expect to win. In spite of the utterance of 3 legal advices sought and distributed by you, Mr. Speaker, I am still challenged to determine and/or appreciate the intent of the resolution, which states in part to reprimand the governor for violating Section 22 of the Audit Act 2003 and obstructing the duties of the Council of Assembly under 47(3) of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. A few questions. Does the resolution seek to discipline the holder of the post of governor? Does it seek to bring into disrepute the office of the governor? Does it seem to highlight in members' propensity to challenge whether or not the actions of the governor can be challenged, or merely to establish the location of each banana tree in the vineyard behind which members are seeking to hide? Mr. Speaker, in another forum, I marveled at the many ways and emotions the 2 simple English words, "look out," can effect. Look out can be an invitation to experience the grandeur of spectacular views from a set location. The shout of "look out" can save an unsuspecting person from the venomous strike of a snake lurking in the grass. The warning signs of "look out" can signal an imminent attack of someone who has wronged you or that you have wronged. And finally, but not exhaustively, the jubilant songs of "look out" can draw one's attention to the fashionable apparel worn and displayed by the honorable member of the 6th District on this, her date of birth, her birthday, and greetings, in fact, are thus in order. Look out. The resolution resulting from the placement of item 4A, Roman numeral 20, which is now deemed to be late. But even the word "late" is relative. Mr. Speaker, the word "late" is relative. I like to go to the root of any issue in order to determine how strong the branches will be. Since the suspension of our Constitution in 1901, I think it was, and the reinstatement in 1950, the Virgin Islands have gone through constitutional reviews in 1954. We have a new constitution, say 54, one in 67, one in 77, and the other of which we are under, the order of 2007. So 13 years later, we in fact are due for constitutional review. In fact, the period, if you can see, 54 to 67, it was 13 years before that review occurred. And in 67, you would know that we had the ministerial system of government that came into effect. 1967. Mr. Speaker, we are limited in our ability to speak of the very document that caused this resolution to be researched and a motion placed. And the item, as I said, item 4.1, so 4A, Roman numeral 20, the Office of the Attorney General, the Auditor General's report on government's financing of BV Airways direct flight to Miami. Suffice to say that this episode started from in 2013. It was brought back to light in 2014. It came into effect 2015, and from in 2016, it had its issues. The very same persons we are asking for advice on this, and the persons that, quote unquote, laid the report on the table, I will read for you, or into the record, a press release, or portions of it, that was issued on Monday, the 22nd of June, 2018, 10:41. This is a government press release. The appointment was made by, it says Audit Department. Topics were internal audit, and the date, 22nd January 2018. It stated that the appointment of Mrs. Sonia Webster was made by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Augustus Jasper, acting in accordance with Section 92 of the Virgin Islands Constitution and with the advice of the Public Service Commission. It states that the Office of Auditor General and its function are provided in the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. In this, I skip one paragraph, I go to another. Ms. Webster will audit government accounts produced by the Treasury Department and inquire into and audit the financial records of government departments and ministries plus statutory bodies and trusts. She will evaluate compliance with financial legislations and regulations, provide assistance and advice to accounting officers in departments on their accounting and control systems in order to improve processes across government, prepare various reports and memoranda, and as required, to ensure information agreed is being shared and reported on, and act as an advisory body of the Public Account Committee. She was appointed in this instance on Monday, 22nd January 2018. Don't miss the dates. I'm coming back to it. Ms. Webster served as Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer with the Alliance Accounting BVI and Alliance Management Consultants from July 2016 to January 2018. I'll read that again. Don't miss the dates. I'm coming back to it. Ms. Webster served in a company from July 2016 to January 2018. She served as Office of Auditor General, Government of the Virgin Islands, at various periods from July 1988 through November 2015, having served as assistant auditor, senior auditor, deputy chief auditor, and auditor general, where she managed the BVI government audit office. Those dates are important because we got to get to the root of where we are. I was looking at, I didn't determine as yet, but who was the Attorney General at this time of her service? I believe, may be wrong, it was the Honorable Attorney General Baba Aziz at the same time. So the more things change, the more they stay the same. Why are those dates important? We had an event which we're talking about late, went sour. Well, it was introduced, reintroduced in 2015. At the same time, it so happened that there were some disputes in terms of exactly whether or not these should continue. Advice was sought and received from the records from the very Auditor General, which seemed not to have been in favor with the government of the day. I can say no more of this because this is an area that has been much written about. Late has its relevance. Late has to be placed in perspective to what we have. So here we are, 2015. Well, it was introduced from 2013, shut down. Reintroduced in 2014, built up. Debated and advised about, because some of the very same persons who held the post of directors were then invited to the board. And we have, I can't remember whether it was a dismissal or voluntary removal from the office of Auditor General. That happened in 2016, I think it was, that we said. Okay? So now, we had the storms, and this is what the thesis. So this here takes me off my thesis for a little while, where we have some big issues to deal with, Mr. Speaker. Very big issues to deal with. This resolution takes it off track for a minute. Well, 192 hours later, for a minute, in time, in a blimp of time. Because when we look at the fact that the very item that could arguably could have caused the removal of the Auditor General is now being laid by the Auditor General of the same person. Advice is being sought from the very AG of the same person. So we have to put these things into perspective. And this is why I'm accused of doing a lot of research, a lot of reading, because I like to go to the root to see how strong the branches are. So we had very devastating events that followed. You must admit, we were coming out of the floods of 2010. We had the floods of August 2017. And we had the hurricanes of September 2017. It is the topic of which the thesis is based. So I wouldn't go much deep into that part of it. Suffice to say that we had written to and requested approval for loans. First, grants, which we were informed, well, grants would not be given, but we'll give you guarantees to get loans so that you can fund your recovery. And I've held up this document so often that I know of what it says. A document signed on 23rd April 2012 speaks of the protocols for effective financial management. The document entitled the High-Level Framework for UK Support to BVI Recovery, Hurricane Recovery, speaks of the protocol for effective financial management. But under the section of good governance, after it outlined all of the infractions and the various items that must form part of the high-level framework, it says that amongst others measures here must also include the following. The date is important. As required by the Audit Act 2003, BVI government to appoint a permanent Auditor General by 1st April 2018. The date is important. The announcement, the press release says that the appointment was made on January 22nd, 2018 of Miss Sonia M. Webster, for she had served before from July 1988 to November 2015. Took a break over there, went into her own practice, I so believe, from July 16th to January 2018, and immediately was engaged, or re-engaged, as the auditor on 22nd January 2018. This directive came on the 24th of November 2017, and it was acted upon a month and days later, on the 22nd of January. Well, 2 days short of 2 months. 22nd of January 2018. Just to complete that one line, it says, as required by Section 109 of the BVI Constitution, steps must be taken to ensure the timely auditing of government accounts on an annual basis, bringing all previous year's accounts up to date. I have invited members of the public to get this 24th November 2017 document, get the high-level framework of which forms a part of this document, the high-level framework for UK support to BVI hurricane recovery. It speaks volumes of or particular accountability, transparency, and good governance. I read from it the other day the areas on fiscal sustainability, building in resilience, public administration reform, and the UK BVI partnership. It says that the UK government commits to developing a joint and harmonious technical assistance strategy that will be aligned to the BVI recovery plan. This strategy will cover technical support in public administration reform and support to the delivery system of the investments of delivery agencies. It also speaks of a partnership agreement, of which we would look at as part of this. And as we have previously discussed, the UK government will need to set conditions around such support to ensure that this represents value for money and that the additional borrowing is sustainable for the BVI. Therefore, I recommend that our officials begin discussion to develop a partnership agreement between the UK government and the BVI government in the margins of the upcoming Joint Ministerial Council meeting. Mr. Speaker, from January of 2016, the honorable member, the mover of this resolution, mover of this motion, he have stated the many times that he have questioned the very report. I don't know if he enlisted all of the times, but I know that he enlisted many of them. He didn't seek to, nor did he enlist the many times that the then leader of the opposition, Honorable Premier today, questioned the many actions of the very report. It was questioned over and over and over and over, to the point where there were calls for elections to be called forthwith, immediately, because there seemed not to be anyone who could, at the time, credibly go to the UK to negotiate for and on behalf of BVI, seemingly. Those are very important words. Is it not, AG? Seemingly? Non-committal. It doesn't have any statement of fact in seemingly. But what it does have is the fact that there seem to have been a number of activities surrounding this. And when called upon to give their input, the Honorable Premier in his submittal opined about the fact that very little was offered by the other members of the opposition. They went into every item save for the substantive parts of what the resolution called for. I wonder why. I really have to wonder why. The fact is that when you read through the document, Mr. Speaker, you need not wonder anymore. Where are the lessons learned as a result of the transactions? Because if we have, in spite we do have, 10 members, 9 members, that were returned to the last House of Assembly for the very first time. So when you look through the records and you see the number of items that should have been flagged since the entering into agreement on the 23rd of April 2012, one need not wonder why much couldn't have been said. Mr. Speaker, most people, including myself, remark only of the ratios and how to avoid going into violation of the ratios that are set out in this document, the Protocols for Effective Financial Management. However, Mr. Speaker, there are other areas that speaks of how projects should come to the House, how they should be evaluated, how they should be monitored, and how they should be explained and audited in this public face. One would have to determine for themselves whether it was the intention to adhere to the document for which UK officials were eaten out of legislators' hands. We got all that we wanted. Maybe that's wrong. We got as much as we could get. They were eaten out of our hands. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the very document and you take into account the Public Finance Management Act, the Enhanced Act, the Public Debt Act, the Constitution of the Virgin Islands, and all of the tenets of accountability and transparency and good governance, and you reach to 24th November 2017, and even to a letter that was authored by the Economic Secretary to the Treasury on the 21st of August 2019, which states that the thresholds set in the Protocol for Effective Financial Management concerning the three borrowing ratios cannot be revisited. They demonstrate the government of the Virgin Islands' commitment to macroeconomically sound and fiscally sustainable policies. However, if your government's analysis show that it will breach the borrowing guidelines, the UK government would consider proposals by the government of the Virgin Islands for a date to return to compliance, and the famous words, alongside interim targets and appropriate mechanisms to demonstrate sound public financial management. The questions asked since the 26th of February 2019 to today is, what are these interim targets and appropriate mechanism? Mr. Speaker, you would see why I have said that we have a lot of big fishes in this lake that must be addressed. And we don't want, because I think Attorney General will be agreeing with me that says that there are rules against double jeopardy. You cannot be looked into twice for the same action. So I don't want a reprimand that have caused us to be here 192 hours to miss the substantive facts of the thesis that is being investigated. I don't want it to happen. We called an emergency session to deal with control and suppression so that the persons beginning to return home on the 2nd of June could have distinct guidelines as to their movement and performance immediately upon arrival. Here we are, 192 hours on the, what date is today? The 5th? The 5th of June, and we haven't gotten there yet. Maybe today. Maybe today. So, Mr. Speaker, you would see that one cannot major in minor issues. It was stated, and I did not know it was so troubling, when the words of a tri-party came out. It was a big debate here. Big debate. Wasn't intended to be, but it was a big debate. Why should it be? If we had a coalition government over here, we'll call it a coalition government. A government of dual party is a coalition government. When certain committees are being formed, each member or the members from each of the three parties dictate that they must be represented on that body. Three parties, one each from the particular members. I didn't think they had any fight with the honorable member from the 4th. He wasn't fighting for it, so one from each party, and then you fill it in with the members from government based on the allowable numbers that we have. So I don't see what the big fuss about being deemed to be a tri-party opposition. But if that phraseology is troubling, I don't mind pulling it off the table. It's off. Her Majesty's loyal opposition. Now, when you look at the fact that we talked about and then tried to impute actions that were in effect from 2002, 2003, 2004, nothing at all to do with the very substantive resolution brought by the member opposite from Her Majesty's loyal opposition. It was the mover of the motion, though he caught everyone by surprise, even his own members. It is one that could have been substantively debated, and it is only my view as to what substance really is, because we say look out could have many different meanings. So substantive could also have many different meanings. I've always invited people to look at the substance of what is said. Let's get to the root of any motion, any resolution, any bill that comes to the House in order to understand how strong the branches could be. We have a lot of substantive issues to deal with. There is a petition that was placed in the House. There were letters that were placed in the House, of which has to be or have to be addressed, because, Mr. Speaker, these are issues for which the population must be made aware of. They must stay tuned to. And what I am always comforted, and my late mother would always tell you that once I, your at-large representative, have given all of the advice that is afforded to me and have given all of the details of which I can give, I am the perfect example of knowing how to stand still and see the salvation. I could only say to people what I know. So if it is called on me to research, to impart the particular topics of which I speak, I try to do it as accurately as possible so that we will know. We have troubling days ahead of us. I asked the Permanent Secretary, and I will do this if and when we ever reach to the substantive reason for which we are here in this session. We have another one that we might run into, but we will see how that works. Mr. Speaker, as we indeed welcome our people back home, we were looking in terms of, well, what numbers that we have. So I asked for the numbers. We have 498 registrations thus far of persons seeking to come back home. 118 of those approved for home quarantine. 27 persons will be returned between the 3rd and 4th of June. 14 persons expected today, 12 on Saturday, 15 on Sunday, all subject to clearance from Public Health. And the Control and Suppression Act is intended to help guide these persons, because we have taken active steps, which you'll hear about soon, if and when we get to the main reason for which we're here. So I don't want to major in the minor anymore. Let's get on with this, and the very action, because I know that the mover of the motion, the mover of the resolution, has not let up in making the public fully aware that we have some issues of which we have to deal with. The previous leader of the opposition have made the public fully aware that we have a number of issues of which we have to deal with. Mr. Speaker, I am making you fully aware that we have a, what's the word, whack? We have a whack of issues. We have quite a few issues of which we have to deal with as it relates to the protocols for effective financial management, as it relates to the Constitution of the Virgin Islands, as it relates to funding for recovery from catastrophic events. We had budgeted $375 million since that budget was passed. Historic, because we had two budgets in the same year. Our Premier has more strength than I could imagine. I could not imagine one person could attend so many meetings. He makes me tired. But at the end of the day, the job has to get done. I told him, and he's working on it, we must get a Marshall Plan of action to get all of the accounts of the territory up to date. We cannot let 2020 go and 2019 accounts are not finished. So we must finish 18, and we must finish 17. 16 was done? Okay, 16 was done. So 17, 18, 19. I don't care whether it is cash basis, accrual basis, whatever basis it is. It's constitutional. It must happen. And I am putting on record again, we must get it done. Forget about converting from one to another. Figures don't lie. Whether it's cash or accrual, it will catch up with you. So we have to get it done. It's all historic data anyway. You can't change it save for doctoring it. And you cannot doctor it. So you have to present it. Cash, accrual, who cares? Mr. Speaker, I'm going to stop there because we have 498 applications. We have people that are already coming into the territory. We have people of whom our citizens are concerned about moving from areas that they should not have been. And we have to then get out from these hollowed walls into the area so that we can then put our actions in motion. Our people have responded and responded well. We cannot get weary in well-doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Premier Honorable Malone. I now recognize the Minister of Utility and Works, Honorable Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, though we're early in the afternoon, it seems like we've been here for quite some time. And I heard my members speak about being 194 or 93 hours for this order paper. And we're still just on this resolution. And Mr. Speaker, I'll go directly into it. Because, like you mentioned in your brief message, you want us to pay attention to the standing orders and speak directly to the resolution, to the debate. Mr. Speaker, I will first like to speak about the report, the Auditor General's report, in regards to when it was presented to the governor. And basically this is the reason why we're here doing this debate, the process in which it got here. Some might debate it came on the 27th of January or the 7th of February. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it was on the 23rd of April that it came to Cabinet. And Mr. Speaker, though we've heard many speak about the letters written back and forth between the governor and the premier regarding this issue, we're here today with this resolution by our honorable senior member from the 3rd. And it says, be it resolved that this honorable house reprimand the governor for violating sections 22 of the Act 2003. Mr. Speaker, the word reprimand, I think I went and did some research on the meaning of reprimand, and Mr. Speaker, it says a formal expression of disapproval in one dictionary. Another says a severe reproof or rebuke, especially a formal one. And Mr. Speaker, we've heard where the Honorable Speaker requested legal advice as to the legalities of the resolution. Mr. Speaker, we were privy to get copies from the two and heard from the Attorney General. So we've gotten three different advice. But Mr. Speaker, we're here debating. And we speak about the reprimand, to reprimand the governor for violating the Audit Act. So, Speaker, the word reprimand, it sounds good. It sounds good. And I respect the resolution. But, Mr. Speaker, we go back to the Audit Act, 2003. And I heard the mover speak about him being in the House at that time when this law was passed. I think it was repealed from years back, I think 1970. Mr. Speaker, I do have one issue with this Audit Act and this reprimand, because it tells you what the Auditor General should do or shall, what the governor shall do. But Mr. Speaker, I don't understand the consequences if nothing is done. It's just like many laws that we have in our territory. We write laws, we have laws for everything. Just yesterday, I signed for the motorcycles to be off the road from 5 to 5. But, Mr. Speaker, there are laws guiding those motorcycles. You should wear a helmet, should be licensed, should be insured. You should not be under the age of 16, and you should have a license with an endorsement of M. And Mr. Speaker, the consequence I speak about is where we're going with this reprimand. Other members speak about the institution, this 70-year-old institution. And spoke about the process of getting here. Mr. Speaker, though I have some questions that I'll ask the mover of this motion, this resolution, how serious is he expecting this resolution, this reprimand to go? And I go back to the institution. Okay, the House votes in favor to reprimand the governor. What is next? The mover spoke about and actually read the Premier's letter to the governor, highlighting the violation. That letter was copied all the way to the FCO, I think. And a response was given as well. And I stand to be corrected, but I think the response was basically in favor of the actions. But again, I stand corrected. The mover spoke about the gravity of this matter. I think those were his exact words, the gravity of this matter. And yes, we understand the importance of this report. You know, the intent was to have planes fly persons from here to Miami and back. That was it was applauded for the effort. But somewhere we got derailed, and the Auditor General report would speak to that. And even when the Premier spoke about, when he laid it on the House, the Premier said it's now a criminal investigation. So, Mr. Speaker, therefore, we cannot sit here, we cannot sit in this House and actually debate the report. And the member that moved the motions spoke about another bill, another Auditor General report that was laid in this House. And to date, you can't say anything about it. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, though we've been here 194 hours working on debating this, you know, I pondered at times as to the seriousness. Should we, in this House that the Constitution gives us the powers to make laws, go through the process of having consequences for violating some of the laws? Is that a process that we should take? Just like the mover, he said that in the Public Accounts Committee, they requested the Auditor General's report at that stage, and they were told that it must go through the process. It must get to the House first. And the process is highlighted. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, though this is another historic moment for me, and for many of us here, because when the motion was brought, we all were puzzled, not sure where the mover of the bill was going. But, Mr. Speaker, you allowed the motion to be debated. And I'm not sure if it's, you know, we spoke about filibustering and you know, we spoke about different things in our debate. But this is a serious matter. This is being looked at. I mean, it sends a message out there. We speak about this institution. I guess we would not know how we would be looked at as an institution with this request for a reprimand. And Mr. Speaker, what it says, as we're unaware as to where this would go. Mr. Speaker, it speaks to us as a people, that we can come to this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, and actually ask to reprimand the governor based on his actions. My colleague, he spoke about this being the fourth constitution. Okay. He said this is the fifth constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, we are maturing. We are growing as a people. That we can be here today debating such a matter. And Mr. Speaker, the preamble in the Constitution, it speaks to us as a people. Our identity. And I'm excited to see this constitutional review exercise that we've been speaking about. And I'm seeing where it's in motion. So I'm quite excited about it and to understand and to hear the views of us as a people, because we represent the people. What are we expecting in this new constitutional review process? And Mr. Speaker, I think back on a few years ago when some past legislator introduced where we would have a territorial song, territorial wear. And Mr. Speaker, it speaks to our identity, especially when we compete on the international scene. I saw where it was requested that our territorial song be played for those events, and approved. Because, Mr. Speaker, even though we are an overseas territory, we have countries within the UK who themselves use their own territorial songs for these events. You have Wales, Scotland. When the athletes perform, they have their own song. Or neighbors in the USVI, they have their own identity. Puerto Rico. So, Mr. Speaker, I simply say that to say that we are maturing. We are maturing as a people. We are maturing as a territory. And I do look forward to being a part of this process for constitutional review. But, Mr. Speaker, as the move of the motion wrap up, because I'm still a bit unsure as to where he's going with the motion, and I know he's, as he said, he thought this thing out and he planned it out well. I think I would like to hear a bit more. Because with this reprimand that we are here debating today, again, Mr. Speaker, will you write to the FCO if we pass this motion today? Would you write and ask for a reprimand, and how would they look at us as an institution? And that is my concern, and I'm hoping that it is not something that will backfire on us. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have these laws again, and we need to make sure that there are consequences attached to them. This is the place for us to make these laws and amend these laws, and I think that should be a good part of the process in terms of us making sure that when these occurrences happen, we have a clear path as to where we will go. And, Mr. Speaker, I just want to applaud the member for I guess creating history in my lifetime with this motion. And I hope his intent is met. And, Mr. Speaker, I say thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Reimer, Minister of Youth and Work. I now recognize the Minister of Natural Resources and Labor, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on this motion. Motion to reprimand a governor. Late submission of BVI Airways report. Mr. Speaker, for those who might not have been listening to the full debate, this motion was brought by the member for the third, senior member of the House in the opposition. Mr. Speaker, this member for the third district is a member I've followed very closely. He's been in the House now some 21 years. He's one of the few members I've followed very closely in all submissions made over the last 21, or most of them. Had this motion been brought by anybody else, I might not have taken it very seriously. But by virtue of who brought it and the subject brought, I have to say a few words on this motion. Being an opposition member, the public needs to understand opposition, just like government, they have a role to play in this honorable House. And I've said it many, many times, because persons out there, they get upset when they hear debates in the House, or what he going on so far in this and that. The opposition, they have a role to play. And part of their role is, and these are all experienced and seasoned members of this House. They're not fresh ones like myself. And part of their job, which they will not fail at, is to point out all the inefficiencies of the government, all the things we are not doing that we should do, all the things that we are doing that we're not doing right. That is their job. You cannot get vexed with them. That is their role, and I guarantee they will not fail at it. Mr. Speaker, I would rather be here debating other things right now. The motion was not brought by the government, so it's not particularly a government issue per se, or is it? Mr. Speaker, we're here in 2020. I would rather be discussing right now all those persons out there whose homes were destroyed in 2017 and still are there being hurricane season now a concern, because whenever the rain falls, they're still getting wet. Persons are barely recovering from 2017, and now we're in 2020 with a pandemic, COVID-19, and now we're in hurricane season. I would rather much be in here debating that. But Mr. Speaker, the senior member brought this motion, so we have to debate it. And this was brought about because the General's report was laid in the House late. So the motion speaks to violating Section 22 of the Audit Act 2003 and obstructing duties of the House of Assembly under Section 47(3) of the Vice General's Constitution Order 2007. According to the member, the report is 1 month and 1 day late. But the question the person may ask me, well, why are you making all this fuss about a document being late? Don't you have more important things to talk about concerning the governor? Well, we must see this motion in a wider context, not of the governor as a person, but governorship as an institution. Governors come and go. This one is here now. He'll be gone in a few months' time. I think his time is up next year. So it's not a personal thing about a governor, but the whole institution of governor. Because the BVI and the UK, we have a constitutional relationship that defines how we relate with the UK. And so it's not about the governor, but about the institution as to why we even have a governor. The governor is a UK appointed public officer. We in this House debating this bill are elected officials. He's appointed to represent Her Majesty the Queen. We are elected by the people to represent their interests. One is appointed with an agenda. We're elected under purpose. When agenda meets purpose, sometimes conflict do arise if they are not aligned. So what we're seeing play out here is not just the lateness of a document, but a whole institution and its role. And what it speaks to in the wider context is the need for constitutional reform. And I would have preferred if this here was brought in that light. But it speaks to it. Now, I follow the blogs and so forth. People say, oh, the government and the governor ain't getting along. Like I just said, when purpose meets agenda, sometimes conflict arises. And here we are. Some people say, well, if you don't want to deal with the governor, why don't go independent? Well, that's foolishness. Independence is not something you do to run away from something. It takes time. Our Constitution, 70 years old, House, brought in, suspended in 1901, brought back in 50, 70 years now. If you look at other countries and when they got their independence, let's take the Great America, one of the world's most prosperous, most powerful countries. They were colonized somewhere around the 1400s, 1492 to the 1500s. They got their independence 4th of July, 1776. Hundreds of years after they were there as a country. Hundreds of years. So why are you forcing us into independence or self-determination now? There is a process and it takes time. And even after the United States had their independence in 1776, those who read the history know of the War of 1812, in which the same UK burned down the White House. Because colonizers don't just give up on their colonies like that. They may say it. And we know from the chapter 11 in the United Nations chapter, Article 73, it speaks to the responsibility of the colonizer to his colonies towards self-determination. So it's not like you just walk away and say, I'm independent. No, I pull a switch, I'm now independent. There's a process in which both parties must play the role. But sometimes the way I see some governors behave in this institution, they seem to be going directly against that. Because they should be helping us move more and more towards self-determination. But you have to lead by example. We try our best in this honorable house to lead by example. The governor, who's here appointed, I want to go 1 second to the Constitution. Because some say we shouldn't bring this issue into the House. But we don't really have much of a recourse besides the House. Because if you go to the Constitution, Section 35, subsection 3, and I'll just read the last sentence. It speaks to the governor and his powers. But the question whether or not the governor has in any matter complied with any such instructions shall not be inquired into any court. We can't go to court with the governor. We cannot take him to court. This is the only recourse we have in this house. And that we plan to do. I'll read number 4, 35:4. A person appointed to the office of governor shall, before entering upon the functions of that office, make oaths of affirmation of allegiance, and for the due execution of that office in the forms set out in Schedule 1. Now, people need to understand what the role is. So if you go to Schedule 1, I'll just call out the title. This is page 55 in the Constitution, for those who are listening. But there are 4 sections, 4 oaths and affirmations. The first 2 are oath of allegiance. And it goes to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law. He's appointed to look after the Queen's interests. We are elected to look after the people's interests. Affirmation of allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law. If you go to the 3rd oath for due execution of office, here's where they add in Queen Elizabeth II and the people of the Virgin Islands. And to the 4th, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and the people. But the first 2 ain't the people at all. It's strictly Her Majesty. So when purpose meets agenda, sometimes we have conflict. And we have to come in here to ventilate these things. Because we're into a constitutional relationship, it must mature over time. And you've heard other members speak to it. We had our last review in 2007. We were due in 2017, but we all know what happened there. We are at that point now. And I hope when that time comes around for us to review the Constitution, that members pay keen attention to what we have now. There are certain challenges we have now, we should mature beyond certain issues that we currently have. We must mature as a people, as a country, and as a house. We have to build institutions so we are independent thinkers and actors and rely more and more on our own institutions and upon our own people and less upon others to police us and to safeguard us. Now, reprimand the governor. The UK has had governors for many hundreds of years. They've sent governors all around this globe for hundreds of years. This ain't nothing the UK just started doing. And if you did any casual research, you would see that for the last 100 years, there's only been like one recall of a governor, which is still kind of a mystery. And that was the governor of Cayman Islands, Anwar Chowdhury, I think his name was recalled, I think 2017 or 18, someone of the day. He was recalled after about 3 months on the job. The UK didn't really wait on any big sort of debate in the House or anything, because they don't talk about 3 months. He was recalled, never heard of since really. The UK would not be depending on us to tell them that the governor has done something for him to be reprimanded. They sent him here, they're his bosses. But as a developing democracy, we should have a say in that. I remember some years ago, there was a governor that was appointed to come to the BVI, and the then government held great objection to that particular governor coming. I can't recall what the issues were with the governor, but the then government made a lot of noise about this man coming to the BVI as governor. And he never made it here. I think he died of a heart attack. We listened to all the arguments back and forward. He couldn't take it on. He just said, you know, I'd rather take this death here than one over there. I can't remember the governor's name, but he never made it to the BVI. So yes, it is good for us to bring these issues, not in the narrow sense of reprimanding the governor, but in the bigger picture. In the bigger picture of constitutional review and the role of governorship in the BVI going forward. Mr. Speaker, people listening to us in the House sometimes don't always understand the true nature of debate, and sometimes they think we are arguing, and sometimes arguing for arguing's sake. Well, Mr. Speaker, I didn't come to the House to argue with anybody. I was sent to the House to defend the people, not to argue with members in here. And if any member of the House is going to jump on me or any of my subjects, I'm not going to sit down and play dead. The same way we're not sitting down and playing dead now with this violation here. The people, they listen to us for direction. They listen to us to understand how things are happening. And that, Mr. Speaker, I will always do. Mr. Speaker, I want us to as a people, to really give this a serious thought, a serious think through as to where do we want to see the BVI going in the future, in what role the government, the elected representatives are going to play, and what role the governor as an institution is going to play. It's a question that's been tossed around for a long time. I don't know if because we are going through COVID now and the pressure on all of us, that all of a sudden now they seem to be able to speed in making some moves in this direction. There's a lot of pressure out there, Mr. Speaker. We are all feeling the pressure. I drove around my district yesterday and I was quite pleased to see all the construction and the government buildings taking place that were destroyed in 2017. This report that was laid in the House that we had debating because was late. It was a debate about a plane that was supposed to fly between Miami and the BVI. There were lots of talk in this House about that plane from quite a few members who are in the House now about this plane. We can't debate that, but in talking to people, my constituents, they're very concerned about the 7.2 million. They say, Minister, I don't care if you all take a year or 2 years, don't let us think that, please go find that money. Well, it says under investigation. Some of them last a long time. Some last even longer. Some last a short time. We'll see where this one goes. But that money right now, we all get calls every day. We have schooling online. This person need a laptop. That person need a Vide. This person need money for internet because it's too slow. And here we have $7.2 million out there somewhere. Out there somewhere. We, Mr. Speaker, we could use that money right now. This COVID thing is driving all of us crazy. The pressure is on.
The government of the Virgin
And every
Islands
penny
has
that
just
we
become
could
much easier
get right
with
now
the customer care
would have been a
center
help.
online booking portal.
You can imagine if we had
How does
$7.2
it
million
work?
right now.
From the comfort of
You know the kind of roofs we could slap on people's house in this hurricane season? Every day somebody come and need a roof, or need a window, or need a door, or need some furniture. A student in school, I need tuition, and on and on. We have $7.2 million out there that we can't find. I know that there are those who like this to disappear. You don't want to hear about this at all. They tell you, that's the past. What are you talking about the past for?
Name, telephone, and email account.
They want to hear other topics where we're going forward. But we are where we are because of decisions made in the past. I listened to
Confirming your appointment.
some debates
That's it.
Wednesday. I heard about all sort of stuff from 2003. That's 17 years ago. 17 years ago, I heard all kinds of things dig about then, come all the way up to now.
No problem. Call our customer
Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter.
3701.
And I think we owe it to the people to go after this money. Hopefully the investigation won't last forever, because the money is much needed now.
Feel free to give us a call.
As a matter of fact, we due for constitutional review.
To check on its
It doesn't
status.
come cheap. Who will
Don't
pay for it?
forget
Where's the
the
money coming
website,
from to pay for this review that we so desperately need now?
BBIBS.org.
Some of that same money
The
could be
government
used
of the Virgin Islands,
to
leading
fund
the way
that
in
review.
customer excellence.
Because we call for negotiations, we call for travel to the UK and all over the place. Because we want a good review. That when we leave this honorable house, people could say, well, due to that bunch there, we have advanced constitutionally. And the country is a little better off now, we're a little more independent, autonomous, a little more self-determined now than we were before. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the third for bringing this motion, because it opened up. I think had he not brought it, we would not be here having this discussion about constitutional review. It might have come, yes, but he kind of opened up a whole new way of thinking about where we are now and where we need to go. Because it's a member for the third, somebody I admire greatly. I've said it publicly before. I listened to all his arguments, a lot of arguments and presentations over the last 21 years. He's a deep thinker. So when he brings something, I said, I always pay attention. Until he brings something that I think is not good, I'll always follow his lead very, very closely. They've been here before. These are experienced guys. I look up to these guys. I learn a lot from them. All of us do, as a freshman. I look up to them a lot. We may have our little disagreements in here. Some feelings may get hurt now and again. But it's the nature of this honorable houses, of this game here. Unfortunately, the daycares are closed now. So you must come to the house. You cannot go to daycare. You have to come to the house. They're doing homeschooling. So you cannot go to the daycare when you get your feelings hurt. You know, it's a big man sport in here. We take our licks in here. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words there, I look forward to the vote on this motion and hope to see our review coming up very soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Wheatley. I now recognize Minister of Education and Sports, Fisheries, Honorable Natalia Wheatley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to take just a few moments to tell my colleague, Honorable Alvaro Maduro Keynes, representative for the 6th District, happy birthday. Only because I'm not sure if we're going to get to any other business today, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if it's likely we'll get to any other business. But just to say, the member for the 6th District, with all her beauty, all her intelligence, all her ability to articulate, I think she will go down in history for the bigness of her heart. And I think her most defining characteristic. And I'm grateful to have her here in this House of Assembly with all of us. And I think she's a real benefit to the people of the 6th District and the people of the territory. Mr. Speaker, this submission, I'm going to speak about two main things. And I might surprise some people, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to speak about the member for the 3rd District and the role that I see him playing, that I think is evidenced by this resolution. And I'm going to speak about the governor as well. And it might surprise persons listening because I was jumping up, speaking about whether this resolution should be allowed to go forward. And if I'm honest, Mr. Speaker, I really thought that it was delaying us from discussing some things that we needed to discuss in the House of Assembly. And I really wanted us to get to the substance of what we were supposed to be dealing with on the order paper. But I had the opportunity to think about it, Mr. Speaker. And as I've heard some persons say, like the Premier, I got a download this morning when I was meditating on this particular resolution, which I think the member for the 5th District rightly said is a historic resolution being proposed by the member. And I realize what the member for the 3rd District is attempting to do with this resolution. And I say off the bat, I support what it is he is attempting to do here. Because the member for the 3rd District and the Premier, the member for the 1st District, they are a great team, I will say. They are a great team. Both, whether they know it or not, both have been in this House of Assembly for over 20 years. And they are experienced individuals. And the member for the 3rd, even though he's not a member of the Virgin Islands Party, at this particular time, I have to say, in his heart, he's a true VIP. He is a true VIP. And I was contemplating whether I should ask him in this forum to come back home to the Virgin Islands Party, because when you listen to him, that's VIP politics. When he governs in the district, that's VIP politics. And I truly believe that he's a legend in this territory and the Virgin Islands Party. And the only reason I would not ask him to come home at this particular moment is because the same way that the Premier is providing leadership, wisdom, experience over here on the government side, I think that same experience, wisdom, and leadership is needed on the opposition side. And I think as a result of that, we have good balance in the House of Assembly. We have good balance in the House of Assembly. And I appreciate the experience of the member. Now, the member doesn't have anything to prove at this point of his political career. He's won countless elections, whether he was with the Virgin Islands Party or whether he was with Progressives United, and perhaps whether he was independent or any other party, because he's solid and he's established within the history of this House of Assembly. The past 70 years that we have been referring to, he's firmly established within the legacy of this House of Assembly. And I know at this stage, he is very much concerned, not just with the small picture, because I might be concerned about this issue and that issue that's happening today, but he's looking at it from a broader picture. And what he is concerned with, from my observation, is the preservation and the protection of the institutions of the Virgin Islands. One time the member asked me, well, we were in the building down there by the high school, how is this building going to look in the next, I can't remember how he said, next 20 years or something like that. And I thought he was talking about the paint on the walls and the structure of the building. I didn't quite understand, Mr. Speaker, but I'm here to tell the member, now I understand what he means. I think he may not necessarily tell you right away what he's talking about, but as the member for the 9th District said, he's a deep thinker. And he'll be contemplating on these things and he would pose these questions to us. And then you may not get it right away. But that download that I had this morning, I got it. What legacy will you leave here as a new member here in the House of Assembly? By the time you are gone, what will we be able to say about this territory of the Virgin Islands and this institution of the House of Assembly? What impact will you have on it, this institution? And I think it's something that we have to think deeply on, Mr. Speaker. This particular resolution, for me, it's very straightforward. It is clear, Mr. Speaker. I know we've had some legal opinions that have said some different things. And perhaps the listening public might even be struggling to try to understand all that they have heard. But for me, it is a rather simple matter. When you look at the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, and you look at the Audit Act 2003, it makes it very clear the role of the governor in this particular instance, the role of the Auditor General, and what has to happen within 3 months. And I told you, Mr. Speaker, that I'm going to talk a little bit about the governor as well as Honorable Fraser. Now, we have governors who come down here at various points throughout the last 70 years, or even longer than that, Mr. Speaker, for centuries as a member for the 9th. has said. And I want to make it clear, Mr. Speaker, that this particular governor, I like him. I like him. What they say in the UK, he's a good bloke. That's what they say in the UK. You know, bloke, they call it bloke, refer to a man as a bloke. A pleasant individual, vibrant, full of energy. I think the member for the 9th District spoke to this as well. None of this is personal against him as an individual. It has nothing to do with his personality. When you come in here and you speak to matters of the responsibility of a governor or for any member of the legislature or the executive or the judiciary, for that matter, we have to look at things a little bit more broadly than that. This is nothing personal to Governor Augustus Josport. We have a responsibility, Mr. Speaker, as the member for the 3rd District has reminded us, to uphold our institutions. I think it was the Premier in his submission spoke to you about all the persons who were here before. They're no longer here. My grandfather is not here anymore. The late great Willard Wheatley. The late great Lavity Stout, Cyril Romney, all the other persons who passed through this house are no longer here. They did their part. We have to do our part. We have to show that we're worthy of the confidence that the public showed in us in putting us here in this house, and uphold the dignity of this house and the dignity of the institutions that uphold our society, or else all that those who came before us, all they have done would have gone in vain. And I don't plan to allow that to rest on my conscience and to be a part of my legacy, that I was the one that didn't hold the strain. I'm the one that just let it all go. So, and it sounds like a simple matter. Well, the report, you know, it was supposed to be here in 3 months, it came in 4 months. You know, why is that even worth discussing? It's important, Mr. Speaker, that something, a violation of that nature, does not pass without even being acknowledged in a House of Assembly. I thank the member for the 3rd for doing it. When you allow such things to happen, you degrade the institution. And to make it worse, Mr. Speaker, the infraction, which is a simple infraction, as I said before, it makes it very clear who is responsible for getting it here within 3 months. It is clear, and it was not done. Now we can say all we want to say about the circumstances. I don't know the circumstances, and I'm not quite sure whether it really matters, Mr. Speaker. It was not done. It was clear. The instructions were clear, it was not done. And, Mr. Speaker, we have to be able to acknowledge that without speaking about our own infractions. I'm going to spend some time there, Mr. Speaker, because sometimes when we speak about the infractions of others, we have to soften it by speaking about the infractions of ourselves. In fact, I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, how much the actual motion was debated, we spent a lot of time speaking about ourselves. Because somehow or the other, in my view, Mr. Speaker, we are uncomfortable in this concept of, what's the word that we're doing right now? Reprimanding. Is it a reprimand, that's the word we're using? We're uncomfortable reprimanding the governor. We have a great discomfort with it. But if at this stage, after 70 years of having our own legislature and being free people for the amount of time that we've been, we are uncomfortable saying that something you did that we all understand, we all clearly understand it did not happen when it was supposed to happen. What is written in black and white, the specific responsibility given to the governor was not carried through. And I said I don't know the circumstances. And like I said, it doesn't quite matter, but it was not done. And if after all of this time we are uncomfortable, we know that this is not going to be prosecuted in court. We know that the governor will not, most likely not be removed based on this single act. But if we are uncomfortable coming to this house and saying, well, an infraction was done, and having it acknowledged, having it recorded, having it voted on, well, Mr. Speaker, I'd have to say we haven't come as far as I thought we have come. The governor is a man, is a human being just like the rest of us. He's capable of an infraction. And just the same way, because we have a process, Mr. Speaker, of debating and, why am I forgetting this word, Mr. Speaker? Reprimanding. We have a process of reprimanding, whether it's the government who did an action, whether it was a past government. We get up in here all the time and we reprimand. In fact, you know, we speak about the audits being late, which is a constitutional responsibility. And it's true. The audits have been late and we've been attempting to get them back up to speed. But, Mr. Speaker, we have spoken about it. We have acknowledged it. We reprimanded the fact that they are not up to date. And I trust that the opposition, as the member for the 9th District will say, will, whenever they get the opportunity, they will point out an infraction when it is done. That's the process we have. And we're comfortable with it. In fact, sometimes we go quite far to try to reprimand things that don't even need to be reprimanded from my view. But every little small thing, we jump on. So that process exists. The governor should not be exempt from that. For me, even to be looking into the fact whether the governor can be reprimanded. Even the fact that we have to look into that, and that's a big debate, whether he can be reprimanded, makes me feel bad. I feel bad about it. Of course he can be reprimanded, just like the rest of us can be reprimanded. Why not? He has responsibilities that he has to fulfill. And if he doesn't fulfill them, he should be reprimanded. And that's not something we should be uncomfortable about. All of us are equal under God. And all of us have various responsibilities that we have to fulfill. And, Mr. Speaker, you know, I was willing to get on with it. You know, because, okay, the report is here, we're doing what we have to do. But the member brought it up. And I thank him for bringing it up, because it's a reminder of the responsibility that we all have as members of this House of Assembly. And when we vote, I'm going to support it. I'll tell you that clearly. Now, I believe that the governor had the opportunity to state publicly, well, this was an infraction, it did not happen when it was supposed to happen, and to take responsibility for it. And say, well, you know what? These were the circumstances why it was not done, and this is not something that we will allow to happen again. There's no problem with that. There's no problem with that. And it doesn't have to be a long and a big deal. Let's acknowledge the infraction. And here in the House of Assembly, we'll acknowledge the infraction. And then we will carry on with the work of building the territory and everybody functioning within their particular roles. But to simply allow it to go by without mention, I think, is a mistake. And I'll freely admit, Mr. Speaker, that I was lost and clueless about the significance of allowing it to pass without mention until the member brought it. So I'm grateful to the member. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to reiterate, because I've said all that I've needed to say on this particular matter. It's nothing personal. And the member knows, you know, every now and again I jump up at something, or he jumps up at something. This is a part of it. It's like you're in the NBA and you see those greats from the past battling against each other. This is a part of it. It builds respect. But all of it serves one goal: building this territory, advancing this territory from where it was to where it is today, using the rules of the House of Assembly, using the Constitution and the same constitutional review that we're speaking about, and making laws and amending laws and making policies, and the role of the opposition versus the role of the government, and asking questions in the House of Assembly, and all of these things. This is a part of what it is we're doing. These processes, they're important. And when the governor leaves and another one comes, it will be the same thing. And when I leave from here, whenever I leave, it will be the same thing. This must continue, and we must do our part. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to debate on this resolution.
I thank you, Honorable Wheatley, Minister of Education and Sports and Fisheries. At this moment, we have lunch, so we will break. At this moment, when we resume with the mover, if there's no more questions, no more contributions. Also, we're only breaking for 1 hour. So we will resume at 3:10. We recess.
Please be seated. The sitting now resumed. Honorable members, the floor remain open as we debate the motion as it relates to the reprimand of His Excellency the Governor. Observing no one else wishing to debate, I now invite the mover of the motion, representative for the 3rd District and senior member of the House, to wrap up the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm almost out to lunch still. Mr. Speaker, much of the time that elapsed between the moving of this motion until now was spent in recess through various forms of clarification on the motion itself, and not necessarily in the debate.
I stand on a point of order. The member, the mover of the motion had requested earlier that the opinions be read into the record. I think it should be done before we wrap up, if you're going to read it into the record. I think now would be the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I did consult with the Deputy Speaker and I was made aware of that request. I have decided not to read the 2 opinions into the record. I've made available to each member the 2 independent opinions, and we heard on the floor the view of the Honorable Attorney General, which many aspects I disagree with, but it's not a matter for the Attorney General to make his submission and then I get into an argument with the Attorney General. That's not my role to debate with the Attorney General. Each member has a copy of the independent view. I have therefore made a summary, and I will go a further step to make the independent views available to both the public and the press. So with that said, I invite the mover of the motion to wrap up. Honorable Attorney General. I'm not hearing. We're still not hearing. There's something wrong with the mics.
I'll give him mine, you know. I want to hear what the ages.
Mr. Speaker, all I wished to add is that you made reference to independent opinions, and I thought that the views of the Attorney General is independent in the sense that nobody gives me directions as to how I write my opinion. Perhaps it would be better to say opinions sought from outside government. I think that would be a better phrase than looking at the AG's position as if it was not independently and autonomously researched and articulated. Thank you.
Honorable Attorney General, as I told the Minister for Natural Resources, that I am not here to get into a debate with the Attorney General. It's not my role. Independent here means that the Attorney General is the chief advisor to government. He's also the chief advisor to the House of Assembly. So if I seek other opinions, independent in this case means independent of the Attorney General. That's what it means. I was not and will never infer that anyone were instructing you. It wouldn't be in my place to do such a thing, Honorable Attorney General, because of the respect I have for you. So we have clarified what independence means, and I stand by my words. They were independent of the chief advisor to the government and to the legislature. I call upon the Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, Mr. Speaker, much of the time that elapsed, one member went as far as to calculate the hours, which I didn't record, so I can't repeat them. But it can be recorded in minutes, it could be recorded in hours, it could be recorded in weeks or days. But the bigger the number, the better it sounds. Has been spent, Mr. Speaker, in recess as opposed to debate. And for the most part, Mr. Speaker, where there was debate, it was on something else. It speaks volumes, Mr. Speaker. It speaks volumes. And I'm not going to necessarily hold it against anyone, because it's obvious. The reasons are obvious, Mr. Speaker, which I will get into, even at the expense of probably making some people feel uncomfortable, Mr. Speaker. But I only think it's fair, not just to me, the mover of the motion. I only think it's fair to the people of this territory, Mr. Speaker, that if you went out there and solicit opinion, which I might add, Mr. Speaker, contributed to the lapse in time for this motion, and not let the people know what the findings were, is a disservice, Mr. Speaker. And then you allow one opinion to be surfaced in this honorable House during this time of the debate and withhold two. That's a gross injustice. Who are we trying to kid? Who are we kidding? Who? Who is going to end up losing in this whole equation, Mr. Speaker? Who? I want you to understand, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to point out this, if you didn't observe it. Throughout this entire debate, my presentation of the motion and the motion itself, not once was the governor's name mentioned. Not once. Two members who spoke on the motion recognize that. And they understand what this motion is all about. But until we understand exactly what the motion is about, we can't bring ourselves, Mr. Speaker, to appreciating it. Usually, these things happen way down the road. Then you say, aha, oh my goodness. That's what it was all about. Mr. Speaker, I am going to take the liberty now to inject some things into this motion. I'm going to those two opinions that you received. And I'm sure they weren't done for free. I'm sure. And if they were paid for, then we ought to use them. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to look at the conclusion of the first opinion. It's on page 9 for those of you who are following. And whatever I'm going to read, Mr. Speaker, I already know this. Conclusion to issue 1. It says, on balance, a mandatory interpretation is preferred, and barring exceptional circumstances, the law must be obeyed. Had the legislature intended this duty to be non-mandatory, the use of the word may could have been used to connote a discretionary power. This, however, is clearly not the case. It must have been intended that the Governor General act with expediency and transparency in receiving, considering, and laying reports from the Auditor General before the Council. Indeed, no less than 3 months was prescribed for him to do so. However, the failure of the Governor General to let a report within the 3-month period and almost a month later or late must be considered. In challenging such a failure by the Governor General, one must anticipate that the Council will be met with a response that there were exceptional circumstances which reasonably justify the delay. One speaker spoke to that. He said that the governor had time to state his case. Reasonability is subjective. A delay is only unreasonable if there is no good or acceptable reason for it. See Amherst versus Walker, 9, 1983, 2 AER, 1067, and Cooper and Barbosa versus DPP. The answer to whether good reason exists must turn on the factual matrix and consequences of failure to comply in each case. Indeed, where rights and expectations to substantive relief are at stake, administrative delay may be a poor excuse. However, this is not such a case. In the facts at hand, the delay amounts to just over 1 month in excess of the 3-month period within which the governor had to act. The fact that this 3-month period took place during an ongoing worldwide COVID-19 pandemic, which possibly affected the operations of the Governor General. Furthermore, a delay of a month is arguably reasonable in the sphere of civil litigation. In the sphere of civil litigation, we know we can't litigate this matter. It's unconstitutional to do so. The present international circumstances with respect to COVID-19 must be factored in when assessing the reasonability of the period of delay. The Governor General is likely to use this exceptional COVID-19 pandemic as the justification for his tardiness. While this is likely to generate some sympathy, the COVID-19 restrictions did not last 4 months, and hence cannot provide a complete justification for the inordinate delay. Furthermore, the House was actively sitting during this period and could have easily laid a report. Issue 2. What can be done? Parliament is master of its own proceedings, and Parliament can ensure, and Parliament can censure someone for breaching duty to lay. Read that again, Mr. Speaker. It says Parliament is master of its own proceedings, and Parliament can censure someone for breaching duty to lay. The Legislative Council has its own rules and regulations, which is deeply rooted in tradition and influenced by precedents across the Commonwealth. Within these guidelines are procedures for curing defects in parliamentary practice. In this instance, the failure to act does not impose a sanction upon the individual in breach, given the precedent of conduct of the New Zealand Council of Commons and a general accepted notion that the Parliament is the court of its own affairs. It is highly likely the court will decline the invitation to inquire into whether the governor acted negligent in failing to lay the Auditor General's report within the stipulated 3 months period, as provided for by Section 22 of the Auditor Act 2003. It is left to the Parliament to remedy this issue. It is left to the Parliament to remedy this issue. Any legal challenge will now be academic, as the report has been laid. Not only did the Governor General fail to lay a report within 3 months, he also failed in performing the duty required by Section 41 of the Constitution to consult the Cabinet. The Governor was well aware on 1st November 2019 that he has 3 months upon receipt of the report to lay same before the Legislative Council. It was open at all times to him to comply with Section 41 of the Constitution and consult with the Cabinet and advise them in the event that he was unable to let a report, which is obviously very controversial and important given the money spent. He, however, chose not to do so, fully aware of the impending 3-month deadline. In those circumstances, this omission must be seen should be seen as an intentional default on his part, and in keeping with his previous trend of attempting to isolate himself from the government. As noted above by the previous Speaker of the House in New Zealand, the parliamentary practice of countries with British legislature tradition to which the BVI subscribes by virtue of its dependency status dictates that on the failure of an event happening within a directed time frame, any member may announce the failure and call for rectification. This is the first step in parliamentary control where there is the requirement that a document be laid before Parliament, though if its contents are of minor significance only, the enabling act may not impose such a requirement or may require nothing more in the way of parliamentary control. Paragraph 31(1) of Erskine-May's Treaty on the Lay, Privileges, Proceedings, and Usage of Parliament, 25th edition, 2019. The members of the Council itself can cure the breach by the government by moving a motion to have the report, which already exists, laid forthwith, and in default, moving a motion of censure and or admonition, admonishing him. Let me move to conclusion to issue 2, Mr. Speaker. The members of the Council can debate the motion of censure, and once successful, the offender has to be directed to be reprimanded and or admonished formally by the Speaker. Repeat that. The members of the Council can debate the motion of censure, and once successful, the offender has to be directed to be reprimanded or admonished formally by the Speaker. The Governor General need not be required to attend. Instead, the Council can agree to a resolution setting out the reprimand, which is subsequently recorded in the journal and in Hansard. The text of the resolution can be communicated to the Governor by the Clerk of the Council. The motion of censure is a more practical approach which will highlight the Governor's breach of statutory duty for the court of public opinion. It is of immense political and democratic symbolic value and can form a strong foundation for a formal request to Her Majesty to recall the Governor's appointment. It must be noted that there will be no legal obligation to do so by the UK, and the request will be highly dependent on moral suasion, on moral suasion. Mr. Speaker, that's the opinion reached by one of the consultants to look into, I was asked to look into the matter. The other opinion, Mr. Speaker, by the other consultant reads as follows: analysis and conclusions. 11. The House of Assembly is free to debate and deal with any motion in any way it feels fit, as long as it does not contravene the oath of loyalty and allegiance to the Queen. Moreover, if the Governor's decision, action, and omissions can be subject to proceedings in the judicature, surely the Governor's decisions, actions, and/or omissions can be noted, commented on, or discussed in the House of Assembly. It follows, therefore, that the House of Assembly may issue a resolution noting its disapproval of the Governor's actions. Formally expressing disapproval in the House is tantamount to a reprimand. Formally expressing disapproval in the House is tantamount to a reprimand. The House of Assembly has no power to remove the Governor. This power lies solely with Her Majesty. However, the House of Assembly may pass a resolution noting its disagreement with or disapproval of the actions or omissions of the Governor in Council, effectively reprimanding the Governor. Such resolution may or may not ask for the Governor to be recalled. Members should, however, be mindful that treasonable or seditious language or a disrespectful use of Her Majesty's name is not permitted. In the past, members have not only been called out for such offenses, but have been reprimanded, committed to the custody of the Sergeant at Arms, or in the distant past, even sent to the Tower. Mr. Speaker, I just thought it was necessary to have some balance. And these are opinions. Everybody's got their opinion on everything, Mr. Speaker. That's what this is, opinions. The motion I thought was clear, Mr. Speaker. I thought the motion, I find the motion to be clear in its objective. The motion asks, Mr. Speaker, it says, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House reprimand the Governor for violating Section 22 of the Audit Act 2003 and obstructing the duties of the House of Assembly under Section 47(3) of the Virgin Islands Constitution, Order 2007. Mr. Speaker, that section of the Constitution that I quote is not the only section in the Constitution that highlights the responsibility of the House of Assembly vis-a-vis the executive, Mr. Speaker. It's not the only one. I just happen to quote that particular one. And anything that comes from downtown, Mr. Speaker, up to us, usually and always, usually passes through the executive. And that's why that section was referenced. Mr. Speaker, we cannot be effective if we don't have such tools. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note some very important aspects of the Governor's role in this territory, his position, and who he is. He or she, whoever that person is, it was earlier referred to as an institution, which I can subscribe to. It is very important, Mr. Speaker, that we respect and understand that role that the Governor plays, the position that the Governor holds. It is easy, Mr. Speaker, for us to go about our daily lives and pay no attention to the structure under which we are governed, the hierarchy, who does what, who's responsible for what. That is very easy, Mr. Speaker. 99% of the people of the territory live their lives that way. All they know, it trickles down, Mr. Speaker. Because some people will call me sometime, or said to me sometime, we elect you. You are our representative. I don't want to hear about, they won't go on to say all of that, but the meaning of that is that I don't want to hear about anybody else. We elect you. Even though I'm standing there, sitting there, and I'm saying to myself, but I can't do this because it's not, I don't have that portfolio. I got to talk to a minister, I got to talk to the premier, I got to take it to the governor, I got to take it to the deputy governor, something to that effect. But that's not their concern. You get up and do it. And that's how 99% of the people in this territory, Mr. Speaker, and this is true for every country, doesn't really concern themselves about the duties of the governor. But somebody has to do it. I mean, for crying out loud, what's the purpose of this House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker? What is the real purpose of this House of Assembly? We have a real purpose, and we have an imaginary purpose, and we have a purpose that we fulfill. And the one that we fulfill is the only one that we seem to be concerned about. I can list the things on one hand. You come here when you get a summons, you ride the time out. The ministers would come from down at the executive, bring the documents here, get them passed, as a formality for them, because it's required. But as far as they're concerned, Mr. Speaker, the deal is done. We might ask questions over here, not really necessarily getting the answers, and then you go back. That's the end of this House of Assembly. Then the next thing about the other one is when someone makes a request, we get a check process for them. But there's so many other things that this House of Assembly is supposed to be doing if it wants to fulfill its mandate to the people of the territory. We got committees. You know how many times in those committees, I could speak about one committee which really has a real impact on the country and the people of the territory, which is the Public Accounts Committee. You know how many times, Mr. Speaker, something goes into the Public Accounts Committee and it never comes out? It doesn't come out for several reasons. You request information, you can't get it. So if you can't get the information in a timely manner, you can't produce a report. You can't even have hearings. And when the Public Accounts Committee requests information, it's usually from public officers sitting in ministries under ministers, and they can't get the information. So here we are today, talking about the submission of a report that's late. This particular House of Assembly, the fourth House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, is in office 1 year and 3 months. 1 year and 3 months. The Public Accounts Committee wasn't fully established until after 1 year. We're just now getting the report late in this House. And I'm hearing the Premier, I don't know, I heard him saying it. But as far as I'm concerned, it is not so until it's been made official. Because I saw in the governor's letter where he said that he has passed the report on to the Commissioner of Police and the Deputy Governor. I don't know if that's what the Premier is talking about when he says it's under criminal investigation. I don't know if that's what it is. But the point I'm trying to make, Mr. Speaker, is that 1 year and 3 months into the fourth House of Assembly. So, does any one of you really believe that this report will ever make it to the House, the Public Accounts Committee? And if it does, you ever think it's going to get out? Which one of you believe that? I got a bridge down in Palestine I could sell you. This is a 4-lane bridge, by the way. So I don't want to see it in the newspaper, in an online news phrase. I say you got a bridge in Palestine, you're going to sell it. Mr. Speaker, this is serious business. When people elect us, they elect us to do a job, not to come in here and just wing it and run the clock. This is all we're going to be doing, running the clock. What are we going to produce during the time that we're here? I know the government is concerned about the government's portfolio and they got their agenda. The government is going to get their stuff done. That's all they're thinking about, getting their stuff done. Because one member got up and he started talking about, you know, let me quote him because I don't want to misquote anybody. I'm used to this, Mr. Speaker. I'm not promising that I could read what I write. But when you hear things like, one cannot major in minor issues. Stand still and see the salvation. All these things, Mr. Speaker, I have learned. There were times in my life when I thought I was the only person alive. I was the most important thing on earth. Mr. Speaker. And it probably started when you started out in school, you started in kindergarten, then you made it to 3rd grade, and you start looking at the kindergarten kids and start looking down on them. Then when you went to primary school, you made it to the 6th grade, and you start looking down on the ones down in 4th. Then you go to secondary school, you're in 5th form, and it goes on, it never ends. You go to college, you were a freshman once. Now you're a senior, and the kids that are coming in, you start looking at them as But, Mr. Speaker, everyone has a role to play. And if each person doesn't play, each one of us don't play our role, there's no society. What may seem trivial to you at this stage of your development, you would get to understand at some point its true importance. But that's a moment that's lost. You can never recall that moment, Mr. Speaker. This is the moment. If you let this pass, it's past. You can't dwell on it in the future. I told members, the greatest asset you can ever have is when you have the full support of your elders moving forward. You think I don't know? I know. The future belongs to you. It's not mine. I'm not going to stand in the way of your future, but if I can make it better for you, I will. Help yourself. Help yourself. This is what this is all about, Mr. Speaker. Helping yourself and taking advantage of what resources are available to you. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the powers, the privileges, the responsibilities, and of the governor, as bestowed upon him by the Constitution, by direct orders from the Secretary of State, or whomever, and I put it in the context of the community in which we live, and you put it in context, you get shivers, Mr. Speaker, you get shivers, and wonder to yourself, is this real? A lot of people don't have the same amount of time that I have to see the world. I don't mean travel out to see the world. I mean just sit and watch. Because at certain ages in your life, you're so preoccupied trying to make it that you don't have time to see the world. Mr. Speaker, when I look at Section 57(3) of the Constitution, it says, the national security shall advise the governor on matters relating to internal security, and the governor shall be obliged to act in accordance with the advice of the council, unless he or she considers that giving effect to the advice would adversely affect Her Majesty's interests, whether in respect of the United Kingdom or the Virgin Islands. And where the governor has acted otherwise than in accordance with the advice of the cabinet, of the council, he or she shall report to the council at its next meeting. You know what this executive council is and who it is? The executive council is A, the governor as chairman, B, the premier, C, one other minister appointed in writing by the governor acting in accordance with the advice of the premier, D, the attorney general, and E, the commissioner of police. Already, Mr. Speaker, this particular institution or body is stacked in his favor. So it's rather unlikely that he'll get an advice coming out of it that he doesn't meet with favor. But just so the unlikely event should take place, that he said, okay, let him, I'll do what you want. I make the final decision anyway. It says, Mr. Speaker, only or unless he or she considers that giving effect to the advice would adversely affect Her Majesty's interest. And it goes on, Mr. Speaker. The Constitution is littered with that provision. it means that the governor is totally untouchable. Section 40. Subject to this section, the governor shall consult with the cabinet in the exercise of all functions conferred on him or her by this constitution or any other law for the time being in force in the Virgin Islands, when acting under instructions given to him or her by Her Majesty through a Secretary of State, except these. Then it goes to say, in that same paragraph when it says he shall act, the governor shall consult the cabinet. It ends by saying, but in exercising his or her powers in relation to matters to which paragraph C applies, the governor shall consult with the premier. The governor shall be obliged to consult with the cabinet or the premier if in his or her judgment Her Majesty's service would sustain material prejudice. The matter is not materially significant so as to require consulting or consultation. Or C, the urgency of the matter requires the governor to act before he or she can consult the cabinet or the premier. So there's provision after provision after provision where he can act solely despite any advice he's been given. And in some cases, he has to come back and tell you why. Or in other cases, he doesn't have to come back and tell you why. But the fact still remains that he can act solely. Here we are, Mr. Speaker, in this House, making laws, telling the guy on the motor scooter that after 5 o'clock this evening, he can't ride his bike. That one didn't even come to the House. It didn't have to. That's a regulation. But I'm just saying, Mr. Speaker, and expecting him to do it. And if he doesn't do it, you're going to hear all kind of rumbling and grumbling and all kind of complaint. These people don't listen. You tell them to do something. There's a law, the background, making the law, and the law. But here we make a law. We made a law in the Audit Act 2003 saying the governor shall. And the opinion said if it wasn't intended to be a must, they would say, use the word may. And every one of us in here in this House know and making laws what the word shall means. But the total is, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how to describe it and still be parliamentary, Mr. Speaker. No parliamentary language could give this behavior justice. So this can't be touched with a 10-foot pole. Why? Why, Mr. Speaker? Why? Why is it that we can't touch this issue with a 10-foot pole? I didn't use 10 feet, Mr. Speaker, because the basketball rims are 10 feet, and I'm in a basketball court. I use it because it's an old expression, a 10-foot pole. But, Mr. Speaker, we're looking, I heard it came up several times. Constitutional reform, constitutional advancement, maturity. How many of you sat in the room with these people that you're going to be negotiating this Constitution with? Mr. Speaker, I have to do this. It's something that I have to do. And I see that one day, Mr. Speaker, if I'm lucky, I might be in a rocking chair somewhere and I'm going to be listening to one member in this House get up. Could be you. sometime down the road. And remembering this day. Remembering this day. Mr. Speaker, when I was using a flambeau, that's the thing they call a Molotov cocktail, Mr. Speaker. To see at night, to get from one point A to point B. And there was no road in the area I live, Causeway. The rules of engagement were the same then as they are now. The rules of engagement were the same then as they are now, vis-a-vis our relationship with the United Kingdom. We talk about advancement, but everything is relative, Mr. Speaker. Everything is relative. You might think you're advancing. Of course, if I was using a flambeau, whatever the rules were then has only changed incremental to the fact that I'm using electricity today. But the engagement is the same. And these people can see through us. So if you think you're going there in a room with them to sit down and demanding things and going to get it, unless you can prove to them that you're worthy of it, you have another guest coming. One member said that he don't want to jeopardize the bigger picture by concentrating on a little picture. No. That's why the Constitution is written the way it's written. That any member of this House can bring a motion to the House on any matter. There is no big matter and no little matter. What's big to you might be inconsequential to me. And what you think is small, that's because it's mine, might mean everything to me. So we have to be respectful of every man's position. If I hadn't been there and done that, I might look at it different. But Mr. Speaker, this is for you, this is for the people. And I must do it. I'll continue to read 40, Mr. Speaker. 43, in any case in which the governor is required under this section to consult the cabinet, the governor shall act in accordance with the advice of the cabinet unless, in his or her opinion, such advice would affect a matter for which he or she is responsible under Section 60. You people might look at me and say, so what's wrong with that? Everything is wrong with that. No governor, not just this one, advice would affect a matter for which he or she is responsible under Section 60. You wouldn't see that about the Premier. You wouldn't see that about any minister for which he's responsible for under Section so-and-so. Every one of them have to answer to somebody. The Premier got to answer to the governor, you have to answer to the cabinet, you got to answer to us in the House of Assembly. But when we, Mr. Speaker, was given that little privilege under the Audit Act, was it section 22? the Audit Act 2003, were given a little privilege to sneak in there that the governor shall. And I'm surprised. He didn't have to assent to it, Mr. Speaker. The governor didn't have to assent to that. But he assented to it knowing full well that it's the law. He could have struck that out and changed it from shall to may. But he agreed. That's the same thing that happens when we make laws here that the House is beholden to. The government don't have to pass it. But once we pass it, we're making it known that we are going to abide by it. So how could you now turn around and not abide by it, Mr. Speaker? And this one is a real tickler, Mr. Speaker. It speaks to members who are asking, what's the meaning of the motion? What do we hope to achieve with the motion? This is a tickler, Mr. Speaker. It says, this is same 46, section 40, subsection 6 of the Constitution, where the governor is directed by this Constitution to exercise any function in accordance with the advice of or after consultation with any person or authority, the question whether he or she has so exercised that function shall not be inquired into in any court. We know that. I know this. So there are those who challenge this, but I know this, and I'm not seeking any challenge in any court, Mr. Speaker. All the motion's asking for is a reprimand. And for those of you who want to know what a reprimand really is, it's simply, as one motion said, by debating this and voicing our displeasure over his behavior, his actions towards the laying of the document on the table. That's a reprimand. You're sending a message, Mr. Speaker, that it's not to be tolerated. We don't like it. It's not appreciated. If you want to continue to do it because you know that there's no penal action, no punitive action that can be brought against you, okay. But at some point, Mr. Speaker, we have to stand up for something. We certainly do, Mr. Speaker. I see we come here. What's the purpose of bringing these various papers before the House, Mr. Speaker? What's the purpose? The purpose is to catch some one of our people in wrongdoing. That's the purpose. No one has a problem doing that. No one. No one has a problem asking the question as to why did the Auditor General prepare a special report on the BVI Airways project? I hear nobody say anything about that at all. Oh, that's fine. But the purpose, why was it done? That's what I want to know. Why was it done? And what are we supposed to do with it now that it's done? So if you think, Mr. Speaker, if the governor has sent this to the Commissioner of Police, if this is the case and he sent it there for criminal investigation, if this is the case, I'm not saying that's what it is, but if that's the case, who do you think they're looking at? Who? A lawyer in Washington, D.C.? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. And those of us who are reluctant to bring it forward, who are they trying to protect? Mr. Speaker, what we do here, Mr. Speaker, what we do here now is going to be determining our future. And we have a chance, Mr. Speaker, now to fix a lot of these things. We have a chance. And we ought to do it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are those out there who are talking about independence and what have you. I am not an agent for any individual who speaks out there about anything. This has nothing to do with independence, Mr. Speaker. This has to do about rights. It has to do about the institution, the rights of this institution. You know, Mr. Speaker, in 1973, Patricia Hearst was kidnapped by the Symbionese Liberation Army. She's from a rich family, the Hearst newspaper. Randolph Hearst was her dad, multi-millionaire. So they kidnapped her. Back then, Mr. Speaker, kidnapping was a big thing. Terrorism was hot, and everybody was holding whoever they can get their hands on to get some money. So after holding her up for weeks, the Symbionese Liberation Army showed up in a bank robbery. And who was there holding a machine gun? Patricia Hearst. And everybody's puzzled as to, well, I don't understand this. This woman's supposed to be kidnapped by this group. Has she been coerced and forced to do this? Of course, everyone wants to believe that because of her background, she was actually legitimately and truly kidnapped. The ransom notes came in and the demands and all the rest of it. But before these demands could be met, she was, doing this. So in researching this behavior, they learn about the Stockholm Syndrome, where in World War, captors had been conditioned into becoming their captors. They developed and adopted that mentality, the behavior, sympathizing with, and become one. So I don't know if, because some people are hanging out with the governor, they feel that he's their friend or something like that, and this is directed at him and all the rest of it, so they can't speak to the development of their own territory, their own country, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what to say. I don't know what it is, but it is what it is, and I just point that out to say that this is real, Mr. Speaker. This is real. What is happening here is real. I just want to point out, Mr. Speaker, also, and somebody needs to rank the services in this facility right up there with the lunch that we receive and the breakfast, and make sure that they're available here, like the internet. Mr. Speaker, it is not easy to function without it, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I have to take a little time, some time, to get some stuff. Mr. Speaker, freedom, advancement, and independence, these are things that comes at a high price, Mr. Speaker. High price. Not all the prices are in the same category. Some prices you pay through political advancement, some you pay through educational advancement, some is even financial, Mr. Speaker. But it comes at a high price. And these are things that people have done long before us. Long before us. And would you know, Mr. Speaker, after several years, they are still paying that price for a promise of freedom. They're still paying that price for a promise of freedom. How is it, Mr. Speaker, that a little trick, just a little trick, one word in a 3-line paragraph, which said that the governor shall, we can't uphold? How is it that we can't uphold one word in a 3-line paragraph that says the governor shall, but yet expect the United Kingdom government to entrust upon us the huge responsibility of becoming a state unto itself? These are tests. These are tests. I don't know why some people start going down the road about we're going to ask the Foreign and Consular Office or the Secretary of State to remove the governor. I don't know where that comes from. If I wanted that to be the language in my motion, I would have put it in there. I have no hidden agenda. But everyone is looking for an excuse. We know that this doesn't rise to that test. But if we can't hold, have all law respected, suppose it said that the Premier shall, what would we have done? That's the next thing that's going to happen. In the next instance, Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't say the governor shall, it would say the Premier shall. But you couldn't hold the governor to it. How are you going to hold the Premier to it? It's a test. Which we seemingly wants to fail miserably. Everybody's talking about this constitutional review. These tests, all these tests, Mr. Speaker, you got to pass these tests. So when I talk about the price that people pay, Mr. Speaker, for freedom and advancement, I want to tell you how expensive it is, Mr. Speaker. A little earlier, one of the speakers mentioned that he said that it's not easy to be released from the yoke of a colonizer. It's very difficult. It's very expensive to get out from the yoke. And I said, exactly, it's a fact. That is true. Because to this day, Mr. Speaker, if I read this, it says, despite Paris's official condemnation of the failed coup in Burkina Faso and a threat to impose sanctions if the coup leaders did not relinquish power, the incident once again brings to focus decades of French hegemony in independent West Africa through political, security, economic, and cultural ties. France maintains a tight stranglehold in Francophone Africa, both to serve its interests and maintain a last bastion of imperial prestige. Mr. Speaker, the African countries must deposit its national monetary reserve into France's central bank. They must deposit their national reserves into France's central bank. And I'm not talking about yesterday. Mr. Speaker, France has held the national reserve of 14 African countries since 1961: Benin, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, Mali, Niger, Senegal, Togo, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Guinea-Bissau, Equatorial Guinea, Chad, Congo, Brazzaville, and Gabon. These countries, Mr. Speaker, has to, on an annual basis, they put up to $500 billion in the Central Bank of France, and they can't get access to it. They get access to a percentage of it, a small percentage, whether it's 10 or 15% of that money. And they did this, Mr. Speaker. Of course, you offered me independence back in '61. I need it. It sounds good. What's the price? I'm willing to pay the price. But my God, Mr. Speaker, since '61 till now, that's how expensive freedom is, Mr. Speaker. So we don't think that we're going to just get our freedom just for so, Mr. Speaker. It's going to cost. Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, I was at home, and I'm looking through the browsing, kind of, and I came across this article. It's the big story. The big story, most of us would know, it's on JAFIX, JTV, the big story, and it's done by our friend Kathy Richards. And it's not that I didn't pass this particular story before, but something tells me, look at it. And the interviewee was none other than Bishop John Ivan Klein. You know, Bishop Klein and myself, we go way back. And it's because of him partnering with me, or me partnering with him, that this particular arena, this facility, Mr. Speaker, has become the venue of what is unquestionably the most successful basketball league today. So for that, I'm grateful for him, to him for that. But getting back to the story, Mr. Speaker, he spoke of many things. And economics, he spoke of the current situation in the territory. But he made sure he brought to light some issues that I don't think most of us realize is happening to them. The bishop said, he said that he was supposed to have service at the church. He made a statement regarding the curfew, or the ban that was imposed on the church, the limit of who can do what. And he said he retracted the statement in hindsight. After he reflected upon it, he retracted it. But in a subsequent desire, he contacted the minister to have his service his way, or the way that was allowed. And he was told that as long as just you and two others, he said he need 3 people, one for the camera and another one for the equipment, plus himself, the 3 of them. The minister told him it's okay, he can go ahead and do it. The minister is going to inform those who need to know what they need to know. He said coming down to crunch time, Maybe the night before he called the minister and said, Minister, I don't have anything in my hand. And he was told to go ahead. I got it. I got it. He said he came to the facility, he came to the venue. The police showed up. Told him, da-da-da-da-da. The commissioner of police showed up, da-da-da-da-da. Get on the phone, talking to the minister. Commissioner talked to the minister. Everything is all right. Everything is all right. Said after they got off the phone, they arrested him anyway, or took him into custody anyway. I'm not making this up. The bishop said he know that if he was white, they weren't going to do it. That's what the bishop said. How many other people in this community know this? How many other people know this? He said, I know that if I was white, they weren't going to take me into custody. How many other people know this? How many people in here know this? He drew another reference, Mr. Speaker, when he said after the lockdown and the curfew was imposed, naturally the businesses are closed. But they had exceptions, Mr. Speaker. They had exceptions as to what kind of businesses are considered essential, who they will allow to go out and do some work. He said he submitted an application for himself and one of his employees. And he called them and asked them if they were ready. They told him yes. Picked them up. And when he looked at his, it says he has a 1-day pass. I guess they probably were sealed or folded or whatever, and he gave the employee his. Asked the employee, well, what did you get? So he got indefinite. He got an indefinite pass. I heard this, Mr. Speaker. I was sitting down, so I couldn't fall. I was sitting down. I'm not making this up. And he said that the guy who got the indefinite pass was a white guy, and he was black, so he got the 1-day pass, and the white guy got an indefinite pass. I am not making this up. He said it. It's out there nationally. I'm not the only person who heard it, but I might be the only person to repeat it. I'm sure everybody else heard it. But it means nothing to anybody else. These are the kind of things, Mr. Speaker, that keeps our mouth shut, afraid to tackle a simple matter. This matter is, Mr. Speaker, the consequences to the governor or anyone in dealing with this matter are so minute. But it is so important to us to demand the respect that we deserve. It's so important. But because it's the governor, whose name I have never mentioned, I just use the office. Because a whole other office could be someone else. It doesn't have to be a Caucasian from the UK. It could be someone else. I bet if it was a Caribbean national sitting in that seat, we'd have been jumping up all over the place, telling him that he was wrong and saying whatever. But this is 2020, Mr. Speaker. We have to grow up. All you're doing is demanding the respect that you yourself asked for. You brought the legislation here. You brought the bill. In bringing the bill, you convinced us that that language is correct. The AG had to advise us that the language is correct. To say shall. And the AG knows the difference between shall and may. Unless the AG wasn't counting on someone that was here when the law was passed to be here today when we're debating this motion. We have to be careful, Mr. Speaker. We got to be careful about the things that we overlook because there are people watching it. Oh, it wasn't any big deal then. Why is it a big deal now? True. It's very true. A few sittings ago, I moved a motion, Mr. Speaker. Well, I didn't have to move the motion, but I shouldn't have had to move the motion, but I did move the motion because everyone seemed to think that it was out of order for us to debate what's that? Yeah, the curfew. What do you call them? The order. Everyone thought it was out of order to debate the order. So I had to move a motion in order to get the attention of the House, Mr. Speaker. But we debated it, and in speaking of it coming to the House, the language wasn't a specific date. It spoke to it being here in an appropriate time. And whenever it's practicable. But that was talking about the Premier, Mr. Speaker. So I guess it's okay for me to get up here and talk about the Premier doing something not on time. But it's not okay for us to talk about the Premier or the Governor doing things not on time. Mr. Speaker, the member for District 8, District 9, I'm sorry, District 9. The member for District 9 got up, and I don't know, but somehow I have to tell him, the things that you were saying about me, that's what you said at a funeral. You don't tell living people those things. So, I guess you're going to have to come up with some new lines for me when I'm dead. But thank you. Thank you. If I have an impression on the way you carry yourself in this House, I appreciate that. And it's well-meaning, well-intended. But Mr. Speaker, of course, he said he agrees that it's my right to have brought a motion. Whether he agrees with the motion, the decision sought in the motion or not, the right to bring it. Whether he thought at one time, when I brought the motion, caught everybody basically off for a loop. Whether he thought that didn't know where I was going with it, but he followed, and he saw where I was going with it. And he speaks to the fact that we're talking about the constant attempt to build institutions. And I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. That's all I am trying to do. That's all I am trying to do. Encourage members to develop an appreciation for this House as an institution, despite the outdated desks, a microphone that every time you go to speak, you got to turn it on, not having a proper place as a venue. Despite all that, Mr. Speaker, we have to respect it as an institution and continue to appreciate it to the point where we want to build it. Then, Mr. Speaker, there was a member for the 7th District. That's a heavy district, you know, 7th District. Let me go back to the member for the ninth for a second, Mr. Speaker. It was the member for the ninth who said that colonizers don't give up their colonies so easily. So true. You know what the French told their farmer colonies in Africa? That they have to pay them for all the infrastructural development that they did during the time that they were the colonizers. That's what they're taking money from them for till now, since 1961. Every highway they built, or every road they built, every school, they're taking money from them for that. They have the first rights to any natural resources they find in the territory. Today, that's what they're doing. Any consultancy, contracts, or companies to be established in those countries, they must be French. Since 1961, when they got independence, to today. 60 years down the road. So he's right. He knows this. Colonizers don't give up their colonies so easily. He lamented on the importance of the report. That's the member for the night on the report on BVI Airways and how crucial it is for us to get the $7.2 million back. I admire you for your optimism, sir. But don't go back to your district promising people anything with the hope that you're going to get that money. Because that report, I don't think going anywhere from where it is. It's a plan. The plan is set. It's set. Member for the seventh, Mr. Speaker. I must say, I knew him as an activist. Who wants to be a politician. And if you remember, if you can remember one day him and I had a talk. This is way back. And I told him that if he wants to be a politician, he has to moderate his position as an activist. I didn't tell him stop being an activist, just moderate it. Because you don't want to be pigeonholed, you want to be a multitasker. I listened to him speak just now. I saw that coming out of him. Because it's something he believes. He believes what he was saying. He wasn't saying it because he was programmed to say it. Because if you've been preaching something for as long as you have, this opportunity came, there is no way you can deviate from it. And it's true. When the resolution first came out, of course, I can agree with you. You were confused about what it means and what it's for and all that. And upon reflection, you see the same things that you've been fighting for, advocating in this resolution, as small as it is, looking at that simple word, shall. Big picture? Those big pictures are tied to these little ones. What do they think of themselves? You know, so-and-so, back in 2020, a motion was brought to the House to simply reprimand the governor, and no one had the courage to stand up and say, yes, he should be reprimanded. And everybody could see through, every one of us, exactly why we're afraid to do it. There's nothing sentimental about it. It's fair. It is fair, that's what it is. Why are we so afraid? And this fear is not just limited to us here in the Virgin Islands. It's not just limited to us. This is all over. Your own self-dignity can be expressed without being disrespectful. When I look at what's going on around the world right now, particularly in the United States, and I see who is standing up with placards and all kind of stuff and making statements, I could only shake my head. I shake my head. We need somebody to come and tell us that what's happening to us isn't right. Bury our heads in the sand and continue living our lives as long as the Premier can get the $40 million from Social Security and give it out. Essentially, that's what's happening. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be given out. That should not be our objective. It should not be the way we live. We have to live. But we're not going to live any different unless we stand up. The governor, contrary to what any of us in this house believe, governor is not your buddy. It's not your buddy. If he meets you at a bar, I don't know if he goes to the bar, but I'm just saying, or if he meets you in church, if he meets you in church and have a conversation with you, and to you it appears as if he's giving you some information, don't be fooled. The street don't only run one way. If he's having a drink with you and it appears to you that he's giving you information, don't be fooled. The street doesn't run only one way. And one day, like all the other governors, this governor will be back will leave this territory and another one will come. And you will be right here. But one thing is for sure, they got a record on you. So whatever this one knows, the one that's coming in will know about you. Know exactly how to deal with you. Those people are diplomats. If you ever notice in your dealings with them, you guys have been dealing with them now, so you should know. They don't get angry. You never see one of them sweat. They never get angry. You sweat, you get angry. So this, I can't tell you that I expect anything different. I really can't tell you I expect anything different. What I can tell you is that I'll be the one who to say, I told you so. I'll be the one to say that. Yeah, member for the 7th. In bringing this motion, as simple as it may have seemed, I see the bigger picture. I see the picture. I see something that requires these steps in order to get it. My friend, the Minister for Health, continued to mention the protocol for effective financial management and Bowen guidelines and all the rest of it. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, 2007, our first order of business in the administration I was in 2007, our first order of business was to go to the UK. The Premier and I went to the UK. Topic? The Bowen guidelines. Mr. Speaker, in 2011, the last order of business, we went to Scrub Island, the Premier and myself, with all the overseas territories leaders. Topic? Bowen guidelines. The Bowen. I have to tell the Minister that where we were then, we were in a better place than we are now, as far as those guidelines are concerned. Why? For starters, our government had access to 2/3 of the Social Security Pension Fund. We could have borrowed up to 2/3 of the Social Security Pension Fund without seeking permission from the UK government, regardless of our standings in the protocols, regardless of our standing. I need to repeat that. And you know what the pension fund is right now? It's way up there. It's probably between $700 and $900 million. You had access to borrowing 2/3 of that. That's gone. Gone. That access no longer exists. That came out of the Protocol for Effective Financial Management that was signed April 23, 2012. The formulas hasn't changed. The formulas that you're looking at hasn't changed. Another thing that was significant that took place in those protocols is that what is considered to be the reserve. The reserve today is an account held with funds that can't be touched unless it's an emergency or with express permission from the Foreign Account Office. It was a separate account, separate and distinct. Before, the reserve was all the monies that government had that was unencumbered. So whatever fund the monies were in, consolidated fund, pension fund, anything, disaster fund, that was considered a reserve. So we had $100, $200 million. If the budget was only $180 million and we had $300 million, you know you have access to $120 million, you could call it a reserve. That's not the case now. So things have changed. So when you're talking about that protocol and the Bowen guidelines and the formulas and all that, if you were able to achieve what you lost, you would have gained. Those are points to start. So this is not nothing new for me, Mr. Speaker. Where we were, what we need to do, where we are right now, and how can we possibly catch up. So, Mr. Speaker, many people have spoken on the motion, and like I said, you know, we have had direct comments regarding the motion. In some cases, we didn't. The member for the 5th District, the minister, he wanted to know what this reprimand is all about. What does it really mean? I hope he gathered from the conclusions that I read, what it really means. Is what I am looking for. I said we're just looking for a reprimand of the governor, to reprimand the governor. Of course, it can be taking steps further, talk about taking a step further. It's not my intent. The House can do that if they wish. But I just want the message to go out there that these things has a direct impact on the functioning of the House of Assembly, particularly the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, it is not right. It is absolutely, totally not right for the governor to be in a position that he's in, knowing full well that it impacts upon us and not being judicious about getting the stuff done. For instance, I saw where somewhere around November 1st, the governor made a statement to the press that the Auditor General is preparing a report on BVI Airways. And it is his understanding that it should be laid on the table 3 months after he gets it. That was in November. I have a question there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a question. And this question needs to be answered because I hear things and I bank them. I bank them, Mr. Speaker. Let me see what it is. The Act. Section 20. It's easier to go to the motion. It's the special report of the Auditor General is being tabled. It says, the Auditor General has prepared let me get it right, Mr. Speaker. It's funny when you look for something, it's hard to find. In the case of the December 7, 2000, between Charleston and the Auditor General has prepared such report and the Virgin Islands Audit Act. The Virgin Islands, it says here, Mr. Speaker, the Virgin Islands Audit Act 2003 provides that the Auditor General may prepare and submit a special report to the governor if he is satisfied that there is a matter that should be brought to the attention of the governor. That's what the Act says. That's all it says, Mr. Speaker. It says the Auditor General may prepare and submit a special report to the governor. It doesn't say that the governor in consultation, or the Auditor General in consultation with the governor shall prepare or may prepare a report. This is a responsibility that's bestowed upon the Auditor General in their sole discretion. How would the governor know back in November of last year that a report is being prepared, a special report is being prepared? How would he know this? This is a question that needs to be answered, Mr. Speaker. And if he knew back then, from then, that this is happening, did the Premier know? And then again, Mr. Speaker, the report was prepared and given to the governor, and he's supposed to have it laid on the table within 3 months. He turned around and gave a copy of it to the deputy governor and one to the commissioner of police. In the interim, before it got laid on the table and become public. something, well, I wouldn't even ask that the law be more explicit, be tightened up to be more explicit. I wouldn't even ask that because we are now proving that the law is useless. So I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even go there. But a true piece of legislation that has meaning should say what can be done to that report before it gets to the House of Assembly. Was he supposed to attach a report to this report before it comes to the House of Assembly? Why is it taking 3 months to get here if it doesn't come with some kind of a supplement to it? There's something different to it. I wouldn't even go there, Mr. Speaker. I'm just trying to point out some inconsistencies. First of all, I don't agree that he should have been given to anyone else unless it was for the purpose that I just mentioned. And I still want to know how he knew that this report was being prepared. I still want to know that. I have a problem there, Mr. Speaker. Yes, member for the 5th, I did ask for the report at the Public Accounts Committee. I did ask for it because I thought that it was taking too long. I thought that we were being played. Both the House of Assembly and the Public Accounts Committee. I thought we were being played. For so long I hear this report coming, it's coming, I can't see the light of day. You go to the House, you ask questions. Under the last administration, you were told at one point that they're no longer answering questions. You come with a new administration, you were told that, well, I can't find the file. Then you hear that there's a report being prepared, and you say, well, okay, if there's a report being prepared, somebody has a file somewhere. Then you start getting some pieces of information, and then being told again, not only getting pieces of information, but you've been told that these documents, these papers were filed at a particular court somewhere in the United States. They're public, you can go and get them, just like I can go and get them. So my concern here, Mr. Speaker, is that nobody has an interest in pursuing anything. It's just leave it alone. Why are you going to tell me that you're giving this document to the police? You're giving it to the police. The police already has a document, we can't get it. And this is years now the police has that document. To investigate a little wall. There's a plane for $7.2 million you're going to get to investigate, which is overseas, that can move around. Let's be real, Mr. Speaker. Let's be real. Can't you see that something is going on here? Everybody's like this. Just like Dracula. When you see the cross. I am a little confused, Mr. Speaker. I'm confused. How many new members got elected in the last election? Huh? You brought 9 new people in, Mr. Speaker, enough to form a government. And nothing changing? You want to speak? That's what you're trying to do?
I recognize the Deputy Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on the point of privilege because it is obvious. Information, sir. it is obvious that a member need a little pushback so he can push forward. So let's give him a little pushback. The concept that no one cares, when it was clearly laid out that this issue has wide-reaching effect. It was stated by the Premier, stated by myself, stated by each member on the side. So I heard the member for the 12th and almost the 24th time about his concept that no one cares. I asked him whether or not this is a motion aimed at identifying where all the banana stalks are, where members could hide. Remember, I don't know what the convention is, but we sit and we call names here all day. Do be it in good stead. If it was in a different light, you may have had a different ruling as to exactly how names can be called and put into the house. So give him a little pushback so he feels as if somebody cares. We care. We care about all of this.
And that's it. Not to debate the motion again.
1 second, Honorable Fraser. Deputy Premier, point of order information has been concluded. Did you conclude your point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member for the third.
Mr. Speaker, I can promise you that any name I call was very much in order. Very much in order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I asked the question, do we care? I guess care is subjective. How you see it. You might see it different from the way I see it. But I think that it all depends, if you want your position to be clear and meaningful, you have to make it clear and meaningful. Right now, from what I've seen, I've listened to everyone who spoke. People spoke with good intentions. I think everybody spoke with good intentions. But there's one thing they were particular about, is to make sure that when they're done talk, there were no scars on their backs. And that's your prerogative. It's also my prerogative to point out, Mr. Speaker, my observations as well. And I am seeing, what I see is outright troubling. It's troubling because of the reasons people are running from a little issue like this. It's the reason they're running from it. Usually you could run from things and get away with it, but this kind of running from things like this, Mr. Speaker, yeah, I'm glad you did that. It reminded me of something you did before you got up. I was going to talk about before you got up. Mr. Speaker, when they brought the motion to the House back in 2000, what year was it? 2013 or somewhere around there. No, it was probably 2011 or something around there. That motion came in here in 5 days. From the time that the general dropped it off to the time it came to the House, 5 days. She dropped it off on a Monday, they had it in Cabinet Wednesday, and Friday it was in the House of Assembly and debated it. I was the only person sitting in the opposition, because we had an agreement not to come to the House that day, but I had to come. I had to come because I expected that motion to be here and debated. I expected it. And the only member that wasn't here, wasn't on the government side, was the Premier. The Deputy Premier deputized. And they all got up in this poll. I'm telling you, they suspended the standing orders and they amended the order paper to move item 6 all the way down to after order business almost. Laying papers on the table, that's the easiest thing. But when you're going to shift the order paper to move it down to the end of the business of the day, something isn't right. And all of them holding a straight face, man. They all had a straight face. What are you guys up to today? What are you talking about? Up to what? No, up to nothing. But Cheetah said is to be prepared, to be there first. When the time comes and one guy jumped up, but he couldn't get up before me to move the motion. I moved the motion to debate the paper. And like I said, it was 9 of them over there. All of them got up and they talked. And I'm sitting there. Talk. Well, I was moving the motion, so I had to wrap up, Mr. Speaker. So I got up to wrap up. And all I could see over there, Lord, it's time for us to go home. You done said that already. You're talking. Yeah. So don't give me this watch thing, you know. I've been there, done that. I'm wrapping up on the motion now that you guys who talked, they didn't want to talk or whatever the case may be. So that trick don't work on me.
Senior member, if I could just inquire for my own timekeeping, how much more time you need in your wrap-up?
As long as I need.
So you don't have a time frame?
No. I know, Mr. Speaker, this is new for you, for somebody on this side to be moving a motion. When they're over there moving motion, nobody asked them anything. I never heard it before. So if you want to put a time on me, go ahead and put it, but I ain't giving you no time, Mr. Speaker. It's your prerogative to shut me down if you want. I don't need any. No, I lost my train of thought. I got to start over again. Mr. Speaker, when the seconder for the motion got up, he was right when he said that it's been so long, most people, not the people in here, but most people out there would have probably lost the train of thought and what the motion was all about. And he read the motion, to which I was thankful for bringing us back on course with Mr. Speaker. And I thank him for his contribution. So also the leader of the opposition for their contributions to the motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would not disappoint you. I will end there. And thanking everyone who contributed and who didn't contribute to.
I thank the representative for. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. My humble apologies.
You got to win. Oh. Mr. Speaker, if this motion passes this honorable House, it is my desire, Mr. Speaker, this motion passes this honorable House, it's my desire that you, as Speaker, convey to the Governor that this honorable House has considered the motion as it was brought, which sought for a reprimand and convey to him that the outcome, if it should be successful, that should be sent to him under your hand, sealed under your hand, Mr. Speaker. But in no uncertain terms, I want to be clear that as a mover of this motion, I seek no such thing as someone writing to the Foreign and Commonwealth Office asking that the governor be withdrawn. I want to repeat that, Mr. Speaker. For those who want to write, I want them to write the proper thing. As a mover of this motion, it has no intent whatsoever for a request of any sort be used for the governor to be withdrawn from the territory. If ever, Mr. Speaker, I want something like that, I think I'm big enough to write it, as opposed to someone think that I'm implying it. All I want is, Mr. Speaker, that this House never be taken for granted. All I want for this House, Mr. Speaker, to honor its own request. We are the ones who made that request, and if we can't hold someone to it, you know, Mr. Speaker, people talk about you make a request, but it's useless because there's no penalty. Whoever said that there must be a penalty? Whoever said there must be a penalty? A reprimand is enough penalty, Mr. Speaker. You tell someone in no uncertain terms, don't do it because I don't like it. If they continue to do it, then maybe they will see something different. But I think that these institutions, the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, is based on mutual respect. That's what it is, mutual respect. Like I said, the legislature is dominated by the executive. All 5 ministers are the executive. And the Attorney General, there's 6 of them that comes here. If they didn't respect this House, they can dominate us. They could do things to us that are not unconscionable, but they can do anything. But it's a mutual respect that when they come to the House of Assembly, they are a part of the House of Assembly, as opposed to coming in, walking in as we are the executive. And it's the same thing with the judiciary. We have rules in our standing orders that state that if a matter is before the court, it is unwise for us to be debating or discussing it. We could take that out if we wish. There's no law saying that we can't take it out. If there was a law, it would be us who making the law anyway. But this relationship, Mr. Speaker, our very existence is based on mutual respect. So if we at the House of Assembly send a message to the governor, tell him that we don't appreciate the fact that he submitted a report before us too late, past the deadline, I think the governor is respectful enough to ensure that in the future that doesn't happen. So there's no need for us to be talking about what's the penalty, what's the use in doing this. If you don't do it, no one would respect anything you write. Just like, you know, you're going to have rules in here for us members. If I don't behave a certain way, you're going to call on the sergeant at arms. Yeah, because I wonder if I was somebody else, if you would call the sergeant at arms for me. I wonder. Or if the member for the second was somebody else, you would call the sergeant at arms for him. But because we are two local boys, you're going to call the sergeant at arms for us? I don't think that's the way it's supposed to be, Mr. Speaker. If it says that it has to happen no matter who caused the infringement. So I don't believe that it's necessary to have something penal attached to it. And I'm going to be watchful, Mr. Speaker, and watch for me. The next time we bring legislation before this House and it points in a certain direction, I'm going to be vocal, vociferous about the effectiveness of that language, whatever it is. You're not going to just throw language in legislation and believe that we should take it and swallow it. And the very people who draft the legislation are the ones who come here defending to the contrary. You don't need a degree in linguistics to understand what shall mean, Mr. Speaker. You don't need that. But depends on who you're talking about. Yeah, you need a degree. We need to go into precedent. We need to this, we need to that. You don't need to do anything. We needed to do two things. One, consult the standing orders. Two, consult Erskine May or the Constitution first. Then Erskine May are the standing orders. And you got all the rights that you have, all the rights that you need. See, Mr. Speaker, I see you all. I sat here and I watch everybody moving back and forth, making all kind of statements. Mr. Speaker, right here in Erskine May, it's in the standing orders too. It says,
What page are you reading from?
I'm reading page 332. I'm looking at Erskine May. It says, rules governing the form and subject matter of motions, matters which may be raised only on a substantive motion. It says, certain matters cannot be debated except on a substantive motion which allows a distinct decision of the House. Amongst these, see page 378, are the conduct of the sovereign, the heirs to the throne, or other members of the royal family, a governor general of an independent territory, the Lord Chancellor, the Speaker, the chairman of the Ways and Means, members of either House of Parliament, and judges of the Superior Court of the United Kingdom, including persons holding the position of judge, such as judge in a court of bankruptcy and a county court, or a recorder. Such matters cannot, therefore, be raised by way of amendment or an adjournment motion. For the same reason, no charge of a personal character in respect of these categories of persons can be raised, except on a direct and substantive motion. No statement of that kind can be incorporated in a broader motion, nor, for example, included in a reply to a question. So, Mr. Speaker, when I move this motion, this is a substantive motion. So all this going around and coming back, everybody was trying to find out whether or not you can move a motion in the House on the governor. And when they found this, they start going elsewhere, all around the Caribbean, New Zealand, you name it, just to find a case where it says that it was thrown out or it was objected to or something to that effect. This House can, Mr. Speaker, be used as the one House that followed the rules of Erskine May and move a substantive motion in this House to reprimand the governor. In other developed countries, they don't have to go that far because people know what their rules, they know what their obligations are. He wouldn't have done this in the UK. He wouldn't have done it in Australia. He wouldn't have done it in Canada. They would have been on him long time like white on rice. The moment he received that report As a matter of fact, they would have known, just as our premier knew when he received the report. And staff would have been on their backs to get this report to the House. So it couldn't have happened in those places. But here, these guys are so concerned about COVID-19, and they probably don't know the legislation and the law anyway. Everybody thinks that the governor is off limits, so nobody's going to challenge it. But while some people are looking at the bigger picture, quote unquote bigger picture, others are looking at the real picture. Don't worry, Mr. Speaker. COVID-19 will be history in the not too distant future. It will be history. But this kind of stuff, this is the future. Don't get buried in history, Mr. Speaker. Take a look at the future. And that's the point I'm trying to make here, been trying to make regarding this particular undertaking. So I could remember the days, Mr. Speaker, as a boy, going fishing. You go fish, you just got a line and a hook, no rod and no reel. I got a line and a hook, and you're in the mangroves. You bait your hook, you drop it, and you watch the fish. He comes, you grab the bait, and because it's a nylon line, nobody could see the line in the water. Your friends can't see it, but you know where your line is, and you know where the fish is too. You watch the fish good, you watch him swallow the hook. You know he's yours. All your friends just keep throwing their bait at him, and he's not picking up. When you're ready, you just haul him in. So while you were there getting opinion after opinion after opinion, Mr. Speaker, I knew my rights. They're right here between the pages of these books. But then after you got the opinions, which you paid for, you were afraid to bring them forward. Because the AG opinion is different from yours. But that's the AG's prerogative. That's the AG's prerogative. You use your prerogative, you went out and you got opinion. You didn't give me money to seek opinion, legal opinion. You used it and you went and you got yours. Mr. Speaker, I'm the one who moved the motion. I'm the one who should have gotten legal opinion and advice. This way I'll be able to use it. But you got the opinion, you sit on it. That ain't fair. It's a good thing that the speed bump still works. And I got a hold of it. So I was able to read, the conclusion at least I was able to read. So the public out there listening could know that there's another side to this whole thing. That the person holding the governor's seat is not above the law when it comes to a requirement of this House, Mr. Speaker. We made a requirement. And it stands every test. It stands every test. For those of you who are in here and were of doubt as to whether or not it stood the test, you know for yourself now that it stand the test, what people out there think. So there's nothing for you to hide behind. All these banana trees you're talking about. You raise this issue of banana trees so you could hide behind them, but they don't exist anymore. This is a legitimate motion. The law stands, and we need, as members of this House of Assembly, to hold people accountable to the law. If we don't, we would have failed our people. And failed them, why? Because we're afraid of who the action is directed against. Let it have been about me, or even yourself. Let it have been about one of us. Oh, Fraser, you shouldn't have done that, Turnbull. You are no better. Mr. Wheatley, you let me down. And Sir Reimer, Lord have mercy, man, the person in your position, you shouldn't have done that. You should have at least get them the report on time. But no. Because today's Friday. See, one of the worst things is that the fact that you guys were meeting every day. So y'all got to be real close and chummy. So I would imagine you gotta be able to look a guy in the eye and tell him, listen, I like you, but what you did wasn't right. I have a higher calling. May I remind you that when you got elected to the House of Assembly. The privilege you appreciate right now and enjoy right now is to be a minister came via the House of Assembly. And if this house collapses, you don't have a leg to stand on down in that mansion called the cabinet. Not a leg to stand on. It wouldn't exist. So let us commit ourselves, Mr. Speaker, let us commit ourselves to making this our priority and give our allegiance to this first. As these laws that we have on the books and expect people to honor, or we can't speak up when someone violates the same law, then we would have done a disservice to the territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the representative for the 3rd District and senior member of the House for wrapping up the debate. Honorable members, the question before the House is a motion to reprimand the governor for violating Section 22 of the Audit Act 2003 and obstructing the duties of the House of Assembly under Section 47(3) of the Virgin Islands Constitution, Order 2007. Those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Those against? The Premier have asked for a division of vote, which is covered in Standing Order 49. I call upon the clerk to call the names alphabetically. And for the avoidance of any confusion, I will ask members that if you're for the motion, you say yes. If you're against the motion, you say no. Or anything besides yes or no will be recorded as abstaining from voting. So we could have clarity. You for the motion? Yes. You against the motion? No. If there is no yes or no, then it will be recorded as you're abstaining from voting. Okay, that's my ruling on this motion. I call upon the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Alvaro Maduro Keynes, member for the 6th District.
Is there a mic issue?
No. Honorable Shireen D. Flax Charles, territorial member.
She was feeling a little sick, so she had to leave.
Sorry?
She was feeling a little sick. So please, absent with apologies.
Honorable Shari B. De Castro, territorial member.
No.
Honorable Andrew A. Foy, member for the 1st District.
No.
Honorable Julian Fraser, member for the 3rd District.
Yes.
Honorable Calvin Malone, territorial member.
No.
Honorable Marlon A. Penn, member for the 8th District.
No.
Honorable Kai M. Reimer, member for the 5th District.
No.
Honorable Neville A. Smith, Territorial Member.
No.
Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull, Member for the 2nd District.
No, Madam Clerk.
Honorable Mac H. Vanterpool, Member for the 4th District. Honorable Natalio D. Whitley, Member for the 7th District.
Yes.
Honorable Vincent O. Whitley, Member for the 9th District.
No.
Clerk, are you in a position to give us the tally? I have been handed the tally from the clerk, and there are 2 yes, 9 no's. And is there 1 abstention? Is this one?
Two abstentions.
Oh, okay, absent don't count. They're not here, so they can't vote.
Yeah, but but apologies for
Pardon?
apologies for Ms. Flaxshaz. She was feeling ill.
Okay. Member, the territorial at-large member had to depart because of being a bit under the weather, as reported by the Premier. So, the vote is 2 yes, 9 no's. The motion has failed. Okay, members, let's proceed with the order of the day. Just for clarity, you will recall that number 6 became number 5, number 7 became number 6, and a statement by minister became number 7. So we ended at page 2. So at this time, I will call upon the Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development to lay his documents upon the table.
Okay.
Page 2 of the order of the day. At the bottom B.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I wish to lay on the table the following document. Statutory instrument. Mr. Speaker, yes, sorry about that. I wish to lay on the table at this time the following document. Statutory Instrument 2020, number 45, Public Health, COVID-19 Control and Suppression Measures. Number 2, Order 2020.
Thank you. I call upon the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration to lay his document on the table.
Speaker, I wish to lay on the table Statutory Instrument 2020, number 36, Immigration and Passport, Prohibition of Entry, number 6, Order 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Minister. I call upon the clerk.
Notices of motions given orally.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance. That's page 3. The old 6 became 5.
Carried. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice at a later stage in the proceeding. I will seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under items 5. Let's change now to 5, right? And 5, 1, and 5 through 7 on the order of the day.
It was so long since we here.
I call upon the Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceeding, I would seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 7.1, Roman numeral 2 through 4 on the order of the day. 6.1, is it? 6.1.
Madam Clerk?
No.
Okay, Minister for Health,
6.1.
it will be 5 instead of 7 because
Okay, 7 is 5.
order of the day was changed, just the numbering change.
Okay. So it's 5.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under items 5.1, Roman numeral 2 through 4 on the order of the day.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 6, public business. 1, government business.
I now call upon the Premier and Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move a motion for the introduction and first reading of the bill entitled Arbitration Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I move leave be granted to introduce the following bill standing in my name shortly entitled Arbitration Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled Arbitration Amendment Act 2020 be granted. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I introduce the bill standing in my name shortly entitled Arbitration Amendment Act 2020 and will explain its provisions at the second reading. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill shortly entitled Arbitration Amendment Act 2020 be now read a first time. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Arbitration Amendment Act 2020 be now read a first time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This act may be cited as the Arbitration Amendment Act 2020.
Thank you. I now call upon the Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I move a motion for the introduction and first reading of the bill entitled COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provision Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I move that leave be granted to introduce the bill standing in my name shortly entitled COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provision Amendment Act 2020.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that leave to introduce the bill shortly entitled COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2020 be granted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now call upon the Deputy Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I introduced a bill standing in my name, shortly entitled COVID-19 Control and Suppression, Miscellaneous Provision Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill shortly entitled COVID-19 Control and Suppression, Miscellaneous Provision Amendment Act 2020 be now read a first time.
Is there a second?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provision Amendment Act 2020 be now read for a first time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the first time.
This act may be cited as a COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2020.
Thank you. I call upon the move of the bill in regards to the suspension of standing orders.
Mr. Speaker, I move a motion for the suspension of Standing Order 52-2 to allow for a second reading of the bill entitled COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provision Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 52-2 be suspended to allow for the bill shortly entitled COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provision Amendment Act 2020 to be read a second time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that Standing Order number 52-2 be suspended to allow the bill entitled COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2020 to be read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The motion is passed. I now call upon the Deputy Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second and third reading of the bill entitled COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provision Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provision Amendment Act be read a second time.
You can also go ahead now to explain the reasons and objective of your bill, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to look at the objects and reasons for this bill. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to be given the opportunity to state the reason, and I would like to have the opportunity to read from time to time
Very well.
from the notes. State the reasons why amendments are required to the COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provision Act 2020. I find it important, if not critical, to give a comprehensive review of the chain of events and of the swift and decisive actions taken by this government to save lives and protect livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, news broke that a new strain of coronavirus was detected in Wuhan, China, just over 5 months ago at the end of 2019. The first case reported outside China was in Thailand on the 13th of January 2020. On the 25th of January, the first person-to-person transmission identified outside China occurred in Vietnam. On the 30th day, the World Health Organization declared the virus a public health emergency of international concern. It was on the 11th day of February the WHO announced its official name, Coronavirus Disease 2019, abbreviated as COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, on the 11th day of March 2020, it was that COVID-19 was declared a public pandemic, a global pandemic. As of June 4th, it is reported that COVID-19 is affecting 213 countries and territories around the world and has resulted in over 6,500,391 positive cases, in which 41% of the cases have recovered, while 6% have succumbed to the virus. Mr. Speaker, while it is important to share this information, why is it important for us to share this information today? Having been declared a public pandemic, the Ministry of Health and Social Development was commissioned to lead the charge with the 3 legislations enacted for such an occasion, namely the Public Health Act of 1977, the Infectious Disease Notification Act 2013, and the Quarantine Act of 2014. And as early as 4th March 2020, while there were still no confirmed cases in the British Virgin Islands, and prior to the designation of COVID-19 as a pandemic, with an increase in cases detected in the Caribbean region, the Health Emergency Operations Center was activated with the Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Patrona Davies, serving as the chair, the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Irad Potter, the Acting Director of the Department of Disaster Management, Dr. Evangeline Innes Springer, and the Director of Communications, Mrs. Arlene T. Penn, and the CEO of the BVI Health Services Authority, Dr. Ronald Georges, serving as a unified command team. The Health EOC, once activated, recommended a range of mitigation measures to protect public health. It was recognized that COVID-19 is particularly severe in older persons and persons with underlying medical conditions such as heart disease, hypertension, diabetes, and weakened immune systems. Considering that at least 20% of the BVI population could have been categorized as high risk, together with the territory's small size and the interconnectivity, a COVID-19 outbreak in the territory could have rapidly overwhelmed the capacity of the health system. It was determined by public health specialists that the BVI was likely to experience upwards of 3,750 positive cases within a short time frame if decisive actions were not taken. Mr. Speaker, even as we speak, there are no approved treatments and no vaccine to prevent the virus that causes COVID-19. There exist, however, known methods to reduce the opportunities for disease transmission. From the very beginning, Mr. Speaker, the entire population was being encouraged to practice enhanced hygiene and sanitation measures. Community-based interventions also helped to suppress the spread of COVID-19. These included measures collectively known as social distancing, which aim to reduce the frequency of contact and increase physical distance between persons, thereby reducing the risk of person-to-person transmission. These measures are most effective when implemented early in an epidemic. Given that the territory is at high risk for the importation and rapid spread of COVID-19, we were at a critical point where we had the opportunity to preempt or forestall the spread of this virus by taking proactive and decisive steps immediately. Mr. Speaker, the HEOC initially made recommendations to be implemented for a period of 30 days in the first instance in order to prevent and minimize the spread of infection, protect lives, and avoid a strain on our health care system. The recommendations pertained to persons territory-wide and were aimed at symptomatic persons, highly vulnerable persons without symptoms, residential facilities, schools, places of learning and extracurricular activities, workplaces, mass gathering, community and social events, and travel restrictions. Based on the recommendations of the Unified Command Team, Cabinet decided that visits to and from Her Majesty's prison were restricted with the exception of emergency situations, that all facilities that serve as residential establishments, namely the Adina Donovan Home for the Elderly, Virgin Gorda Elderly Home, Rainbow Children's Home, Safe Haven Transition, and other private facilities were advised to prohibit visits in and visits out. Cabinet decided that all private and public schools and preschools and daycare centers and extracurricular activities were mandated to close, that all social gatherings, including weddings and funerals, faith-based, sporting, cultural, recreational, and commercial activities, and other non-essential events were advised to restrict the number to a limit at that time of 30 persons at a time, and a maximum of 10 persons for those in vulnerable categories. It decided that restaurants, bars, nightclubs, and other entertainment and hospitality services were advised to implement sanitation and social distancing measures within their establishments. It mandated that entry into the British Virgin Islands by sea or air be prohibited for all passengers who are not nationals, belongers, work permit holders, or persons ordinarily resident in the territory or their dependents. The travel restrictions did not apply to flight crew, diplomats, or freight, cargo, or courier craft or vessels. It mandated that visitors and crew members who are not national, belongers, work permit holders, or persons ordinarily resident in the territory or their dependents of the British Virgin Islands and permanent residents who had traveled to, from, or through countries specified on the special interest group list and the very high risk country list within a period of 14 days or less will not be allowed to enter the British Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, these early interventions saved lives and assured our people of their livelihood. Mr. Speaker, may I tell you that without life, there could be no livelihood? Our early intervention did not stop there. On the 27th day of March 2020, Cabinet passed the COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Act 2020. This act provides for quarantine of persons entering the territory and restrictions of vessels and aircraft in relation to COVID-19 control and suppression measures and to matters incidental thereto. The act was subsequently assented to and was gazetted on the 2nd day of April 2020. Mr. Speaker, as we are now aware, COVID-19 is primarily transmitted from symptomatic persons to others who are in close contact through respiratory droplets, by direct contact with infected persons, or by contact with contaminated objects and surfaces. According to World Health Organization, the incubation period for COVID-19, which is the time between exposure to the virus, that is, becoming infected, and symptoms onset, is on average 5 to 6 days. However, can be up to 14 days. During this pre-symptomatic period, some infected persons can be contagious. Therefore, transmission from a pre-symptomatic case can occur before symptom onset. Quarantine measures have therefore been utilized as a means to prevent and contain the transmission of SARS-CoV-2 virus over the 14-day period following suspected exposure. In this vein, Section 2 of the Principal Act provides for the minister with responsibility for health to order a quarantine period of 14 days for persons entering the territory. However, there is presently no legal provision for mandatory quarantine of persons without recent travel history who are suspected of having COVID-19 or any quarantinable disease, or may recently been in contact or may recently been in close proximity to a person who has or might have such a disease. The Ministry of Health has therefore had to rely on voluntary compliance or curfew orders to restrict the movement of most persons being quarantined due to exposure within the territory. Furthermore, Section 4 of the Principal Act makes provision for the non-application of the Medical Act to certain medical practitioners permitted to enter the territory purposely for the COVID-19 pandemic or any other infectious disease. However, no similar provision was made in respect of the recruitment of nursing personnel, which could lead to significant delays in the deployment of specialist nurses who may be recruited from Cuba or elsewhere as part of emergency medical response teams. The draft legislation, Mr. Speaker, entitled COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provision Amendment Act 2020 seeks to address these deficiencies. Section 2 will be amended to provide for the mandatory quarantine of any person where the minister reasonably believes that such person has been in close physical contact with or in proximity to a person infected with the virus or a person reasonably believed to be infected with the virus. The bill would also amend Section 4 of the Principal Act to provide for the non-application of the Nurses and Midwives Act, which is number 5 of 2009, Mr. Speaker, to nurses, nurses assistants, and midwives permitted to enter the territory for the purpose of the prevention, control, and suppression of COVID-19 virus or any other infectious disease declared under the Infectious Disease Notification Act of 2013. The proposed amendments will serve to strengthen the legal framework to better support the health system's response to COVID-19 in the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, despite the negative utterance or utterances of select persons, it can be reasonably determined that as a direct result of decisive measures backed by appropriate funding allocated by the Premier and Minister of Finance, the collective interaction and decisions made by the Cabinet and by the House of Assembly, the highly and commendable work of the Health Emergency Operating Center, the timely dissemination of information by the Joint Information Center, the entire body of the civil service and statutory bodies, the many donations and voluntary works by Public Health England, corporations, private individuals, service clubs, and by non-governmental entities, and by the sacrifices and cooperation of almost every person residing throughout our territory, the British Virgin Islands to date have experienced only 8 positive cases, of which a total of 7 or 88% have recovered, while unfortunately 1 person succumbed to the virus. Mr. Speaker, as we begin the process of opening our borders, and as we welcome our people home with open hearts, we must not get weary in well-doing. Mr. Speaker, we must not retard the progress that has been made to date. Sure, each of our livelihoods have been affected, some more drastically than others. But, Mr. Speaker, we have life. And where there is life, there is hope. None of the measures taken or to be taken should be interpreted as an attempt to control lives or livelihoods. They were guided by public health experts and sound judgment in order to save lives and livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, substantial investments were made and are being made as a direct result of this pandemic. Every penny from the public purse must be and will be accounted for, Mr. Speaker, by name, by representative, by recipient, and by activity. Transparency, accountability, these are the buzzwords, and so too they must remain. We are not out of the woods. We are not seeking to create fear. With all the investments that we have made and with all the donations that we have received, the only way that we can be assured that we have all the facilities and equipment that we need in our battle against COVID-19 is to need none of the facilities and equipment that we have. Medical facilities have been overwhelmed in countries throughout the entire world. We must not get weary in well-doing, and hence, Mr. Speaker, I offer these amendments to the COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provision Act 2020 to this Honorable House for consideration. Thank you. Second.
I thank the Deputy
Second.
Premier
Second.
and Minister for Health for his comprehensive detail on the objectives and reasoning. Do we have a second?
Mr. Speaker, I second, and I'll go ahead and debate.
Okay, the
Give
bill
my
has been
motion.
seconded. The floor is now open for debate. I recognize the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture, a member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalia D. Whitley.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, honorable members, the stenographer is requesting a break, so we'll take a 10 minutes recess. This House is now in recess for 10 minutes, and we'll continue with the Education Minister. House is in recess for 10 minutes. please be seated? This House is back in session. Honorable members, I think at the last meeting we agreed that we're going to complete this agenda tonight. So in order to complete this agenda tonight, it means that we're going to have to all cooperate and demonstrate some discipline in terms of time management. With that said, I call on the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture, and member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalia D. Whitley, as we continue the debate on COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provision Amendment Act 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to debate this amendment on the COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, the first thing I would like to do, I think it is fitting that I acknowledge in this Honorable House and the entire public of the Virgin Islands acknowledge the excellent job that those persons who are on the front lines have done in keeping us safe during this COVID-19 pandemic. We have persons in the health industry, doctors and nurses and those persons who are in the lab doing testing, and everybody in the health industry who has been working so hard to keep our people safe. We have persons, the environmental health team, they go around, they're making sure we're all abiding by the safe distancing protocols, that we are well sanitized, doing an excellent job. We have, Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet of the Virgin Islands. And I would like to single out, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health. And we can't forget the Minister of Finance, of course, with the role that he's playing. But the Minister of Health, this pandemic has thrust him into the forefront. And he has done an excellent job, Mr. Speaker, in providing leadership to the response to this pandemic. I'm grateful for what he has brought to the table, his experience and his leadership. Mr. Speaker, we have the HEOC team who have been working tirelessly. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I mean, at one point we were having meetings seem like every day for hours and hours and hours, and the HEOC team had to come prepared to present, to answer questions, to go back and do their work, do their reports, make their calls, procure services. I mean, it's unbelievable. And I believe in the midst of this, we have to ensure that we do not gloss over the job that they have been doing. There is the perception, Mr. Speaker, that the BVI has small numbers of COVID infections, or has had small numbers of COVID infections because we are of a small size. And I want to dismiss that myth, Mr. Speaker. The reason why we have no active cases right now, and the reason why we were able to keep our numbers low is directly because of the decisions we made and the work we did. COVID-19 doesn't work like that. Small country, so you have small numbers. COVID-19 is highly contagious. And if you allow it, if you do not put the measures in place, it will spread to every single person in the BVI. You could throw out whatever percentages and ratios and whatever curve you want. How this thing works? If you get exposed to those droplets, Mr. Speaker, you'll get COVID-19. That's how it works. If you put yourself in a position to get it, you will get it. And all it takes is one person to reach the shores of the Virgin Islands with COVID-19. And if you don't put measures in place to what the bill says, control and suppress it, this thing will be to the BVI like wildfire. There's a perception, Mr. Speaker, that the government, while the government has done a good job, the government taking this thing too far. And the government is doing too much to keep people safe. Well, I'll just take that as a compliment, Mr. Speaker, because I would prefer to live in a place that was doing above and beyond what was required to keep persons safe than to be in some other place where COVID-19 is ravaging their populations. They can't find space in the hospitals. They have to build new hospitals. They don't have space to bury the dead. They have mass graves. It's easy for us, Mr. Speaker, to be in the BVI and take it for granted. It is easy for us to take it for granted that we have been relatively safe here. Because the outside world, look at what's happening in the United States of America. Look what's happening in the United Kingdom. Look at what's happening in the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, and other places. You know, you would have to be having a different debate in the BVI if we were in those particular types of situations. So we have asked the people to be patient and to be resilient. I wouldn't lie to you, Mr. Speaker, we've pushed the population to its limit. This is what COVID-19 requires. COVID-19 is, I have to ask the health minister what the numbers are around the world. You know, how many persons have unfortunately passed from this disease? It pushes you to your limit. And I believe it was a Chinese businessman says 2020 is a year just to make it out alive. Don't worry so much about, you know, profit and things like that. Let's just try to see what we can do to stay alive. That's what this government has done. So we've asked persons to do some tough things. We've asked persons to stay home on 24-hour lockdowns. We've asked persons to shut down their businesses. And some businesses have remained closed for quite some time. And going through all of these measures, Mr. Speaker, persons might get weary, they might get concerned, they might get frustrated. But all of these measures have been taken to keep us safe. And you cannot argue with the results. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's right for some persons in our community to seek to exploit the frustration and the difficult period that persons are going through for their own personal agendas. So you see, we have to ask persons to take these tough measures. And then you have somebody there saying, you see, they don't care about you. They don't care about your suffering. They don't care about you making money. Or we start putting different groups against each other. Locals against expats, expats against locals. You see, they don't care about the daycares. They don't care about the bar owners. Mr. Speaker, I can't tell you how heart-wrenching it is for me to watch our people struggle through this period. I can't tell you how heart-wrenching it is. And to hear persons suggest that we don't care about the people, Mr. Speaker, it's tough. It's hard. It's difficult to listen to, Mr. Speaker. I know how much the Premier cares. I know how much every member of Cabinet cares. I know how much each backbencher cares. I know how much the whole of the House of Assembly cares. Nobody can accuse the government of not caring about its people. But there's a difficult negotiation that has to take place, Mr. Speaker. And this government took the decision, and the right decision, that to beat COVID-19, you have to act early and you have to take some decisive actions and take some pain up front so that you can enjoy the benefits after, as opposed to playing with it up front and it be more prolonged. You have a prolonged period of COVID-19 infections, and guess what? Your economy gets disrupted anyway. So your economy is disrupted and you have COVID-19 infections ravaging your population. And then you have to make a different set of decisions. So, Mr. Speaker, from some respects, with all of the chatter about how we open up our economy, which everyone can see we're opening up the economy. It might be cautious, it might be slow for some, but we are opening the economy, and I'm seeing persons in our community engaging in commerce. Some persons have hours cut back, yes. Some persons have been laid off, yes. And the Minister of Finance has put forward a stimulus package to help persons get through this tough time. And it's almost like a miracle, Mr. Speaker, that we were able to secure a grant of that size from Social Security. And let me say to you, Mr. Speaker, we face the prospect, if we are not careful, and this is not just here in the Virgin Islands, this is around the world. And I heard the Minister of Health speak about how much trillions of dollars they're printing in other places, and we don't have a printing press here. And how much that they are going to the Exchequer, going to the Treasury and requesting. We don't have those type of luxuries here, Mr. Speaker. And we face the prospect of economic collapse if we don't secure money there. And trust me, the pensioners and everybody else will suffer if the BVI economy goes down. So securing that grant from Social Security it's a measure that had to be taken, Mr. Speaker, along with allowing us to keep our autonomy by not going outside of the borrowing ratios. And we were just speaking about, Mr. Speaker, this 70-year journey we were on and how hard our persons in the past have fought for the economic independence that we have. I won't stop reminding persons about the late, great Willard Whitley, my grandfather, who was the first Minister of Finance. And while every territory, every country needs guidelines that will guide their economic activity, Mr. Speaker, I don't plan to surrender the economic independence that my ancestors have fought hard for. So the Social Security, the same Social Security that invests money all over the world, makes investments all over the world. The BVI government has taken a number of loans from Social Security, and good interest is paid on that money. And the Social Security Fund has grown to the point where it has grown, it has been successful. And, Mr. Speaker, in hard times, those who have contributed to the Social Security Fund should have access to some of that money to be able to make it through this tough period. And I just encourage all the institutions who have gotten some of this stimulus money to be able to put measures in place to make sure that the people get the help. Because we know what happened after the 2017 hurricanes, Mr. Speaker. I hear the Minister of Health speaking about it all the time. We put money in place for loans for people who couldn't qualify for them. And we don't want to repeat that same mistake, Mr. Speaker. We want to make sure that the money hits the target. So we have to ask for the cooperation of everybody in that. Make sure the people get the help that they need. But, Mr. Speaker, had we not taken the measures that we took, we'd be having a different debate right now about how we open up the economy. There has been this debate about how you open up the economy, how quickly you open up the economy. I'm telling you, those persons who are being ravaged by COVID-19, and we're hearing about persons opening up as well more quickly. And those persons are being pointed to as examples of what we should do in the BVI. Let's just hold on and see how it goes with them first. Let's see how they manage it, Mr. Speaker. We don't have to abandon caution and throw caution to the wind just yet, because the book is still yet to be written about what the impact of those decisions will be. We know persons are anxious to get tourism started again. Mr. Speaker, until we are able to, using data, using science, using wisdom, until we're able to get to the point where we open up for international visitors, how about we do our best to support our internal economy? And I know persons have been doing that. But I'm looking forward, Mr. Speaker, to some staycation. And I think that we all have to go above and beyond the call of duty to support our local economy. And by local, we have the fishing and farming program that was a part of the stimulus money from Social Security Board. And the forms are now available for persons to apply for this funding. And we know there's a lot of interest in it. But when that local food is being produced in greater quantities, it can help all of us to buy local. And if you can buy a custom-made t-shirt from a local supplier versus buying a shirt that was imported, that will help our economy. If you can buy locally made soap as opposed to buying the imported soap, that will help our economy. And it goes on and on. If you could buy some local juice versus buying some Tropicana from abroad, these things will help our economy because we need money to circulate in our economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you did mention the fact that we honor a tight schedule. And there's more that I could say, Mr. Speaker. But I'll just end my remarks focusing a little bit more specifically on the COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2020. And the fact that our people are returning home. We have a number of persons who are abroad, and they are coming home, Mr. Speaker, starting from June 2nd, going on onward. This is a period of time, Mr. Speaker, where we have to be very cautious. We work very hard to get to this point, and the progress can easily be retarded if we're not careful. So we've put some measures in place. So we have to quarantine persons. And some persons might find it inconvenient, Mr. Speaker, to come home and have to be cut off from the rest of the society for 14 days. We asked for those persons cooperation, but even more than that, we made sure, as the Minister of Transportation, Utilities and Works always tells us, we need some teeth to back up any decision that we make. So we're not just asking for persons cooperation, but we're mandating by law that persons be quarantined. Not just persons who, as it was before, may have been diagnosed with an infectious disease, but persons who have possibly been in contact or have come from areas where this infectious disease is prevalent. We had to strengthen those quarantine measures. And that's what this is. And, Mr. Speaker, we had to get security, because it's not enough for us simply to say, well, based on law, that you have to be quarantined. We have to put measures in place to make sure that law is enforced. And it might be a little expensive, Mr. Speaker, but what monetary value do you put on your health and the health of your population? The same philosophy. We might have to spend a little bit up front, and it's going to save us in the long run. Being proactive, being robust in our response. And then once we have our persons back home and we are able to carefully manage the local situation, hopefully we won't have any more COVID-19 infections. We pray. We've been praying. We'll continue to pray for that to be the case. But Mr. Speaker, this is yet just another measure in a long list of measures, Mr. Speaker, a long list of curfew orders and public health orders, long list of amendments and cabinet decisions, long list of announcements to the public. You know, a lot of work by a lot of people to get to the point where we are right now, and we cannot become weary in well-doing. We cannot become fatigued at this particular point. We can't start to take shortcuts right now. We have to do what we have to do to help our people make it through this tough period, but we have to see the task through to the end. I'll just end, Mr. Speaker, by saying within my ministry, we have schools who have been doing the online learning. And we have been doing pretty well, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that we have some challenges with internet in the territory. And we had some persons who do not have devices. I want to recognize those persons who have stepped up to the plate and helped to provide devices. Members of this House included, devices to their constituents. And all of the different businesses who have provided devices to persons in their community who are in need. And I know that the ministry is going to start doing distributions. Should be next week, but we'll announce that to the public. But Mr. Speaker, it's been a tough time for our parents, students, teachers, principals, and I just want to show gratitude for everybody in the education system for how they're pushing through this difficult period. And I also want to speak to daycares and preschools who Cabinet has recommended that they remain closed, but Cabinet has kept an open mind and has mandated for health and education to do a little bit more work and come back in hopes that we can provide some relief to those daycares and preschools and their parents who need to go to work. So we are working on your behalf, and I should mention as well, Mr. Speaker, that we spoke about virtual graduations. It's not just the BVI doing virtual graduations. All over the world you're seeing persons have virtual graduations, and this is a very risky time as well, with our persons returning home and having to manage that situation. So even though we don't have any active COVID-19 cases that we know of, any confirmed active cases, we still have to be cautious, Mr. Speaker. And as we open up the curfew to 10 p.m., we still have to practice some caution. Let's not just completely go crazy. You know, let's continue with our masks. Let's continue with our social distancing. Let's continue with our sanitization, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that with God's help and with our diligence to the task, that we will conquer COVID-19. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 7th District for his contribution. Honourable members, the floor remains open. Seeing no indication of any other member wishing to speak, I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labour and Immigration and member for the 9th District, the Honourable Vincent O. Wickley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on this most important amendment, COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2020. But Mr. Speaker, like my colleague before me, I want to begin by recognizing the hard work of the Minister for Health and his team. This COVID-19 pandemic, like I said before in this same Honorable House, there's no playbook for it. Nobody had a script of what to do next. But through ingenuity, research, and hard work, they came up with an excellent plan, and today we can all benefit dividends from the actions taken by the Minister of Health, who worked tirelessly, and his team towards keeping the BVI COVID incidents to a minimum. So they must be highly commended. This is no small feat. We've seen country after country all around the world buckle under the strain of COVID-19. Businesses closed, schools closed, families displaced. We see quarantine. We see persons in lockdown. These are difficult measures. We have to make some very difficult and unpopular decisions. All cases show, of course, hindsight is 2020, that the countries that acted fastest in the early stages were the ones who fared best. Like my colleague said again, at this stage of the game, we'll be experiencing what's been called pandemic fatigue. We have to be more cautious now than ever before, because there's a temptation, after going through this for 2.5, 3 months, to get lax, to not practice the social hygiene, to not do social distancing, to not mask up. And I commend all those businesses who insist on no mask, no service. Had we not done what we had done, and it came at a price, I like when persons say we've taken it overboard. Had we not gone overboard, trust me, today, Mr. Speaker, there would be a very different conversation. I like the one I'm hearing now. Cost me for keeping you safe, for going beyond the call of duty and keeping the population safe. Short-term pain, long-term gain. So I commend the minister, like I said to him several times, when preparation meets opportunity, great things happen. They couldn't find a better minister to be over health at this time than the one we have there now. And again, I highly commend him. With this pandemic, the funny thing about a pandemic, it may call for intellectuals and money and hard work to stay safe. But it takes only one careless person to ruin every single thing we have done so far. So what this amendment does, it gives us teeth to make sure if persons have been exposed, either from a high-risk country, or if we feel they were exposed during travel or came in contact with somebody who might have been exposed, this gives us teeth to lock them away, to isolate them legally. Ideally, in an ideal world, we would like persons of their own intellect to understand the need to isolate. But we are humans. We are social creatures. We like to socialize. So we have to put some teeth to make it mandatory that you are isolated, quarantined, to avoid the spread of COVID-19. We want the BVI to remain COVID-free. We know of no known cases now. We know of no known cases. So we say we are COVID-free. There's no reason to let our guards down and act careless. That would be a retrograde step. And we run the risk of erasing every single thing we have done so far. So I appeal to the public to please keep practicing all those measures you've been hearing us speak about for the last 2.5 months. They're still important. We've never opened our borders to receive our people back home. We haven't seen them for a long time. They were stuck overseas, some for various reasons, vacation, medical reasons, schools, but they have to come back home to their families. We miss our children. My children are away also. I would like to see them, but I know if they come back, for the safety of myself and their grandmother and other persons, they have to be quarantined and isolated. This amendment here gives us that authority, the legal grounding to make it happen. But, Mr. Speaker, the minister went a step further. He also amended the Principal Act to provide for non-application of the Medical Act 2000 and the Nurses and Midwives Act 2009 to medical practitioners, other health practitioners, nurses, nursing assistants, and midwives. Mr. Speaker, this is forward thinking. And I know some persons, when they started, say, aha, something must be up, because they heard some Cuban doctors should be coming. Where did we bring Cuban doctors if they have no cases of COVID? That's forward thinking. It's precautionary. We know there are no known cases now. What about next week? What about next month? Do you want to then go and find doctors? And Mr. Speaker, hopefully the doctors will be here soon, because I'm looking forward to the doctors arriving here from Cuba or wherever they're coming from. Because I'm hoping to see doctors, particularly on the Sister Islands, especially Anegada, who has no resident doctor. Mr. Speaker, just this week, Anegada is now connected to Rotown 7 days a week, thanks to the new ferry service, Anegada Express, who started running from Rotown to Anegada just Tuesday. They run 4 days. The other companies run 3. So we have no excuse now, Mr. Speaker, for not extending extra services to the Sister Islands. And when these extra medical doctors get here, they can stay in Anegada if they want, live there, which I would prefer that they stay on island, or they could travel backward and forward, or go one day and come on, or rotate. The options are there. The opportunity is there. The provisions are there. It just takes the willpower now to make this happen. Mr. Speaker, like everyone says, we are not out of the woods yet. This pandemic, we don't know how long it's going to be around. It may end September, August, July, or it could end next year. We have to always be on our P's and Q's, always forward thinking, always putting provisions in place to make sure no matter what happens, we are ready for it. The team has been working extremely hard, HEOC. They have done some phenomenal work. In fact, sometimes when I look at some countries and their struggles, as the minister, I think you should lend them some of your people. You could go there and help them a little bit, because there are problems other places that we don't seem to be having at this time. And we want to keep it so. But Mr. Speaker, that is not by accident. A lot of things that were done in the BVI could have been done other places, but they were not done. The Minister of Finance put the money, his money where his mouth was, because he said, lives before livelihoods. A lot of people were upset about that. But if you're not alive to enjoy the things of this, then there's no point. So we put lives ahead of livelihood. It was a difficult decision. But sometimes, as Speaker, you have to go into these things by faith, not by sight. Everybody is trying to say, oh, look what I'm doing, do like them, look what I'm doing. Mr. Speaker, we can't be bent by pressure like that, because we know nobody has this playbook. It is tempting. I watched the news, I think yesterday. USVI now open, come on down. Sunshine and paradise. Come on down to USVI. People start panicking. What y'all doing? What y'all doing? Open your border too. The guy got ahead of us. No, no, no. You don't have to panic about what somebody else is doing. They may get through. And if they get through and nothing happened, what we do? We call them. Tell me exactly what you did to be successful. We know what we've been doing so far to be successful. Calculated risks with a lot of prayer and faith. And that's where we're going to go. There's no playbook for this COVID. So do anybody pressure you, Mr. Speaker, into making any rash decision. Because a lot of countries who first came out with stimulus packages jump out at full speed. Bam! $30 million. We're going to do X, Y, Z. We're doing this subsidy and that subsidy. Then they realize that COVID now settling in. And they had to walk back every single thing they first brought out. Mr. Speaker, we're not going to open up our economy to shut it back down. And for some people, it's never fast enough. But there's no point opening up full speed to shut it back down. You're going to open it slowly and cautiously. Each step of the way, following the rules, guidelines, best practices, guidelines, and lessons learned from around the world. One of the things we must be able to tell our people going forward is we are COVID-free. We need to be known as a COVID-free, or a place that is extremely safe. And we need to keep it that way. Short-term pain for long-term gain. Mr. Speaker, this is so important to us. COVID-19 has brought out some really good things and some really bad things. It has forced us to move to an area where we should have gone willingly, and that is to move more into an electronic platform. I like what I see at immigration now with the persons coming back home, where they're doing pre-clearance, touchless pre-clearance. Why did it take COVID-19 for us to get to the stage? Most of the world already does this. And we're moving more and more things onto the electronic platform. And these are good things, and I like this. But Mr. Speaker, there's an ugly side of COVID. I'll talk more about this in maybe other business later on, where some businesses are using this opportunity, this pandemic, this crisis, to punish people, to treat them less than human, to abuse people. And Mr. Speaker, I don't like it at all. I think it is wrong. It has not gone unnoticed. It has not gone unnoticed what some employers are doing to the employees because of COVID-19. Here we are, working morning, noon, and night, meeting every day with cabinet for almost a month, sometimes 7 days a week. May get a half-day break on Saturday. You're back there Sunday. You have church on one screen and carry it on the other screen. Okay, doing church online now and all. But God don't mind. He gets you through the TV too. Then you have employers who take in this pandemic to go abuse our people. Mr. Speaker, that can't be right. I know businesses have to survive, but people have to survive also. We can get through this together. We can get through this together. I see, Mr. Speaker, in my own district, crime seems to be out of control up there. I ain't quite sure what's going on there yet. But we don't have to do this. We are in this together. And everybody knows in my district, in the Garden of Virgin Gorda, if you're out of food, somebody won't feed you. You don't have to go steal any food. And if you need some money, somebody will help you. You don't have to go break into anybody's place and create no sort of negative energies in the district because you're hungry or you're broke. That's not how we live. In fact, knowing the BVI, that's not how we live. No. That's not who we are at all. And I find this kind of behavior disgraceful. But I understand we are in the middle of this pandemic. Yes, the pressure's on. My God, all of us feel the pressure. All of us. Some are taking it better than others. Some must adapt quicker than others. But we got to hang in there. We cannot give up. We see what's happening in the States. You call it pandemic fatigue. They get so sick of being locked up in the house, can't do this. They all run out in the pool together, up on each other, all over the place together. That's human behavior, but we can't afford that here in our small community. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words there, again, I want to really commend the Minister of Health and his team, the Premier and his team, and the various other teams who make this thing possible, Social Security Board for making the grant available to make sure that we get through this. Mr. Speaker, we're all in this together, and we're going to get through it together, but we have to stay together. We cannot use the pandemic to start destroying ourselves, destroying our countries, destroying the very things that are keeping us alive. Today is World Environment Day. And the environment, because of COVID, has really rebounded. I went to the beach some day ago, I saw more fish and sea life than I've seen in many years. So even the ocean is getting a little break now to revive itself. But while the ocean is catching itself and the environment is catching itself, we can't be destroying ourselves at the same time. It is together, Mr. Speaker. We are in this pandemic together, all of us. And once we stick together, we shall get through it together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 9th District for his contribution. Honorable members, the floor is still open. Haven't seen anyone wishing to speak. I call upon the mover of the bill to do his wrap-up.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to thank all the members for their support. I know that we are in this together, and the support has been there, continues to be there. And as we move, because we have families that are abroad, 498 persons, as I mentioned before, have registered to date, probably more by now. 118 approved for home quarantine. These persons are going to be monitored 24/14. And that process, yes, is expensive because when you do the math, it is quite a sum. We are calling on property owners who have not yet done so to seek to make their places of business available for those persons who would need to be quarantined for the 14-day period. There are those persons who are specifically conscious and wary of the fact that, someone might have, but I can rest them assured that all will be done to continue to protect lives, continue to protect livelihoods, and the measures, because the environmental team, they have been stretched to the bones. And, we'll be calling on the Minister of Finance to look in terms of how we reapportion to make sure that some of these officers are incentives? Incentivized, yes. Because at the end of the day, the entire civil service have gone beyond the call of duty. When you look at the Attorney General's chambers and the Attorney General, he's been accused of dropping all his other matters and serving only on this COVID matter and the Ministry of Health, where it relates to this. But without his interaction, these bills that we present here, because in the beginning of the session, you'll see there were a number of orders, number of measures that were presented. And this was basically, you were done at 5, 6, or 7 o'clock, and we give him just all of 30 minutes to produce them all. So his staff, because he will say, I'm sending them to the draft persons. Now these persons have names, I'm sure. and they will, I would like to reach out and thank them for all that's done. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for 7th and 9th spoke, and I'd like to thank them for all the accolades given, but we cannot do any of this without funding. And members might well have a late or delayed shout when they find how they had to repossession certain aspects of their budget in order to get the funding required. But the fact is that if we did not prepare in terms of our testing abilities, in terms of the tent to have all of what we need to make this place safe, as the member said, our conversations would be different. It's important to note that. So to all the persons, and we have about 68, by the time Sunday is done, we'll have about 68 of that 498 here in our territory, based on our submittal. We have students that are traveling from UK as we speak. Arrangements have been made for students in different places to return home. And we have the airport that is open at this time, because we have to control, and there are those persons who have been assigned transportation, those persons who have been assigned security details and so forth. We call on everyone to do their part, continue to do their part. It is important for us to do this. And as soon as we're able, as Honorable Member for the Third had said earlier, to move back into our facility, we will do this. But in order to do this, we must keep ourselves safe at this time. So I'm not going to delay this any further, Mr. Speaker. I am going to say thank to everyone for the input on this amendment, and we will seek to do it. I cannot forget, though, there was a $5,000 fine for those persons who break the quarantine. Am I correct? It's a $5,000 fine for those persons who break the quarantine. So that is very important to note. There's some teeth, Honorable Member for Transport, in this $5,000. We don't want your money. We don't want you in the hospital. We want you quarantined. We want you safe, and we want to keep the public safe. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the sponsor of the bill for his wrap-up. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2020 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This act may be cited as the COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2020.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly, this bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House in committee. I call upon the Minister of Health to report on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled the COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provision Amendment Act 2020 has passed through the House with minor amendments. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled COVID-19 Control Suppression Miscellaneous Provision Act be read a third time and passed.
Is there a second?
Rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2020 be now read a third time as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the COVID-19 Control and Suppression Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Act 2020.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with minor amendments. I call upon the Premier and Leader of Government Business. In regards to the Virgin Islands Trade Commission Act 2019.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the second and third reading of the bill entitled Virgin Islands Trade Commission Act 2019. I move that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Trade Commission Act 2019 be read a second time. And Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, before it's read a second time, I'd like to just give some highlights of the objects and reasons. Mr. Speaker, the Trade Commission is the principal body in the Virgin Islands responsible for promoting business, trade, investment, and consumer affairs. The functions include, but are not limited to, advising the Minister on all matters related to trade, investment, consumer affairs, and implementing mechanisms to the development of these initiatives locally and internationally. Reviewing the economic performance of sectors, identifying issues and recommending the improvements in the existing policy legislative framework, promoting fair trade practices among the business community, which includes both suppliers and consumers, identifying markets for foreign investment and opportunities to diversify BVI's current portfolio for economic development, receiving, evaluating, and determining the approval or rejection of business licenses based on the current economic landscape. The Trade Commission shall have its own board, which will comprise no more than 7 persons who will be appointed by Cabinet that may include some of the following persons: the Trade Commissioner ex officio, representative from the legal sector, representative from environmental sector, representative from social sector, representative from education sector, representative from business and trade associations, representative from private business sector. The board shall meet at least once a month as designated by the chairperson, who will be determined in the first meeting, and the board shall be in office a period not exceeding 3 years. The board, in consultation with the minister, will appoint a fit and proper person for the position of Trade Commissioner, who will be responsible for day-to-day administration operations of the Trade Commission, subject to direction from the board, maintain proper bookkeeping, responsible for identifying and classifying staff positions and any other duties that may be necessary under the Commission. The 5 directors with responsibility for managing for each of the divisions shall be appointed by the board with approval of the minister. Annual reporting should be submitted on or before the 30th June for activities relating to the Commission for the previous year. There is potential opportunity for increased economic activities through the services of the Trade Commission. As a statutory body, it will be bound by the Constitution to ensure that all funds collected for and on behalf of the government is paid into the consolidated fund. The Commission shall be responsible for handling any complaints that are brought orally or in writing under the Consumer Protection Act and make the determination whether it is good faith or frivolous. The Commission will follow the steps laid out in the Consumer Protection Act as it relates to penalties, advising parties, and follow-through processes. Under this Act, there will be a Trade Commission tribunal responsible for, but not limited to, the following: summoning and enforcing the attendance of witnesses, order the discovery of any evidence, call and examine witnesses, request reporting of analysis done for testing or anything from a reputable laboratory. The tribunal will also follow all the steps already laid out in the Consumer Protection Act as part of their duties. As mentioned at the first reading of the bill, this is part of a portfolio of legislation that together will reshape the economy and business environment in the BVI and prepare the territory to become more competitive on the global level. There are about 49 pieces of legislation in this portfolio. The Consumer Protection Bill also was also discussed prior and was debated last year in the House of Assembly. This is one of the interconnected pieces of legislation, and in fact the Trade Commission will be the administrative body for giving teeth to the Consumer Protection Act, which back when it becomes law. The BVI cannot consider itself an island in the global business world, as we have seen during COVID-19 pandemic. Whether we like it or not, the BVI cannot continue to ignore the reality that today's business environment is global. The BVI can either continue trying to play catch-up, or we can develop and embrace a strategy for jumping ahead and gaining an international foothold as we find new and innovative ways to navigate new and uncharted territory. The bottom line is that we are not insulated from what is happening in the real world, and hence we have to make changes to how we do things. In this regard, the Trade Commission's work will involve identifying the opportunities for developing new sectors and growing the BVI's economy, which will result in opportunities for the local business sector and employment opportunities for the rest of the population. This is one way in which the government is supporting the development of the economy. We must not forget that, for the most part, the government's plans continue to revolve around initiatives in various sectors that were interconnected and where education and training is related to job creation and development of entrepreneurs, etc. This will help fledgling industries to be able to source qualified locals to perform the job and ease the challenges of starting an SME. We also have to consider that as the territory identifies what our developmental goals and priorities are, there needs to be a mechanism to ensure that the complementary and supporting activities are taking place. In this regard, the Trade Commission's role in developing the economy through trade, investments, and business comes into focus. With respect to regulating and monitoring trade practices, the Trade Commission will be the vanguard for promoting fair trade practices and ensuring consumers' rights. Mr. Speaker, I now put to this Honorable House for the second reading and for the debate the Virgin Islands Trade Commission Act 2009, and I also put on the record that I do thank the now Leader of the Opposition for the work that he did with the bill prior in the last administration. And I told him already, Mr. Speaker, and I said again, that it was some good work and a good idea is a good idea no matter who originated it. We were able to do some amendments to it and bring it forward. And Mr. Speaker, I know that the Leader of the Opposition did all he could over the years that he worked on it to get it forward. But now is the time, this is the place, and this government has a plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Premier for his explanation and objectives of the bill. Is there a second?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion of this, and I reserve my comments for a later time. Thank you.
The bill has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate on the Virgin Islands Trade Commission Act 2019. Haven't seen anyone, I call upon the Leader of the Opposition and member for the 8th District, the Honorable Marlon A. Penn. Testing.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your acknowledgement. Speaker, I just want to stand in support of this. I won't be long. Support of this bill, the Virgin Islands Trade Commission Act 2019. Mr. Speaker, the Premier did a very good job outlining the objects and reasons of the bill. As we know, the bill is going to, the Trade Department is going to be subsumed into this commission. It will also have responsibility for the Investment Promotion Agency, as well as the Consumer Protection Act, an act that we've been well talked about throughout the territory, piece of legislation that is long in coming, and I believe that it's also on the other paper and will be subsequently passed after this piece of legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a labor of love for a lot of individuals. I know a lot of work went in to ensure that the Trade Commission was established, to ensure that the subsequent suite of legislation was established, because it's important for us, especially now during the COVID-19 era, and especially after Hurricanes Irma and Maria, to put the infrastructure in place, put the institutions in place to ensure that we drive commerce in the territory, to ensure we put things in place to protect our consumers, to protect our businesses. And one of the key aspects is to ensure fair trade and fair practices in the territory. One of the challenges that we're having a lot in this territory is unfair trade practices. I know the Commission has a responsibility to ensure that they uphold the proper practices within the territory that relates to trade. You have situations where persons are selling products that they're not authorized to sell, and authorized dealers themselves, who have to pay dealership licensing fees and all the likes, have to compete with persons who are not authorized to sell those products. Those are areas that the Commission would look at. Those are issues that the Commission would address to ensure that the playing field is leveled in terms of the business sector, as well as it relates to investment promotion and investment opportunities. We've been, for many years, talking about BVI open for business, but we've had a disjointed approach in terms of how we deal with investors, how we deal with persons who do business in the territory. Not just new investors, but local investors, existing investors in the territory. So we need to figure out how and do a level of consolidation in terms of the work that is done in terms of relationship management with investors. And our IPA will focus on ensuring that the relationship with our investors is managed in a cohesive, in a more collective approach. So the investors have a one-stop shop when it relates to doing business in the territory. That creates efficiency, that creates transparency as it relates to the process. I think that's something that we've been long needed in this territory if we're looking at expanding our economic offering as a territory. So I could talk all day. I was just fortunate to be able to work with a team that was able to put this great work together. I want to acknowledge the team from the Premier's office, Ms. Lizette George, Saisha Sami, and all the persons who worked diligently to put these pieces of legislation together. I see we're here now at the House of Assembly. We're seeing the fruit of their labor. And I truly believe that once this legislation is put into place, it will create the right platform for the territory moving forward. And the Trade Department moved from just a licensing agency to more of a business development agency. where we do more of helping businesses to expand, to grow, to add more offerings to what they offer already, to streamline their business operations, to ensure that they're more efficient in the way they cooperate, to ensure that we go after expanding markets and go after new markets and create the opportunities for the business sector for more businesses to develop. So there are tremendous opportunities out there. There are opportunities for us as a territory we need to grapple and grasp during this new era that we all are faced with globally. And I agree, and I do believe wholeheartedly that this is the right approach. I want to commend the Premier and his team for ensuring the continuity, because as we know, government's a continuum, and these initiatives that are good for the territory are good for the territory no matter where they come from. And I think it's one of the things that we agree on, Honorable Premier, one of the many things we agree on. I think this is a good start for the business sector, for the consumer aspect, and as it relates to licensing and supervision. So I just wanted to make sure that I stood and put my voice in support of this piece of legislation. I look forward for the next step in terms of ensuring that the consumer protection legislation is passed, and we then look at putting in force the different aspects that supports and underpins the Trade Commission. Again, I thank the team who have worked so hard on this piece of legislation, and I look forward to us improving economic activity in the territory and expanding our economic base as a territory and creating additional opportunities for people regionally, locally, and globally. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member for the 8th District for his contributions. I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to lend my support to this is another groundbreaking piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, when we came into office, we did say that our agenda will, for the most part, be policy-based. This here is a fine example of what policy-based management looks like. I'm particularly excited about this because as we go through this pandemic, I know most persons are currently caught up with the drama of COVID-19, but we know this too shall pass. It is said that the future favors the prepared. This here is a major step in being prepared for the future, the post-COVID period. We know for a fact that the BVI, we have to diversify our economy and our markets. As we move towards food security in the post-COVID, the new regular, we have to think broad and deep about how exactly it is going to work. This legislation here, the commissioner and his or her 6 directors, the areas alone tell you where we are headed. A director of trade. We are moving more and more into the blue economy. We are using 200 nautical miles to create opportunities. Mr. Speaker, it's not simply about going in the water and catching more fish. It's taking it beyond that. Maybe going into canning fish, export to the other Caribbean countries, aquaculture, exporting to the rest of the world. If we're going to take those bold steps there, then we need the decision behind us to make it possible. You have a director of business licensing. If you're going to empower people to take part in our economy, licensing plays a very important role. We have a director there, a director of investment. We have to learn to invest and not simply spend. You know, we want a return. We are setting up things for sustainability. We talk about agriculture. We don't just want to grow food. We want to create strains. Like I said a few days ago, if you're going to grow potatoes, how much potatoes can you grow to make $1 million? It's not in the growing of potatoes, but in the intellectual property, the particular strain of potatoes is what we're looking at. So we're moving into that level of production and trade. But it does not work if you don't have this kind of a foundation to protect what you're doing. and to incentivize what you're doing, Director of Business Development. Mr. Speaker, I've said several times, going forward, there are three buzzwords we have to always use: strategic, intentional, and deliberate. We cannot be stumbling, and we should not be stumbling into our future. We should go there deliberately and intentionally with a strategy. What you're seeing play out here is the foundation for that to happen. And I commend the Premier and his team, and even the former member who worked on this to bring this to where it is right now. A Director of Trade and Export Development. We have to think outside of the BVI now. We had a conference called the Caribbean Leaders a few weeks back, and that was a major part of the discussion. Can we do more inter-Caribbean trading? With COVID-19, we saw what happened in the States a few days ago, where factories were starting to shut down. How secure are we to our food supply from America? Most of our food right now comes from America. How secure is that? We should be looking to other markets, not only to import, but also to export. We have products here that are in high demand in other parts of the Caribbean. Years ago, the salt from Salt Island used to go as far as Trinidad. We used to do inter-Caribbean trade before. Pitch from Virgin Islands used to go as far as Antigua and St. Lucia. Charcoal from the BVI went all over Puerto Rico, Santo Domingo, all over St. Thomas. So we used to do all this trade before, and then somehow along the line, like we lost our way. Well, this is a new era, and we have to kind of get back to our roots, get back to where we used to be as a country. Start back and expand outward strongly. Then we have Director of Policy, Planning, and Research. Like I said before, we cannot be stumbling. We cannot afford to be stumbling into prosperity and into our future. We must go there strategically, intentionally, and deliberately. This here plays right into that. So I'm very proud to stand here, commend the Premier and his team for bringing it forward, and to stand with it. I fully support this here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 9th District for his contribution. The floor remains open as we debate the Virgin Islands Trade Commission Act 2019. Haven't seen anyone wishing to speak. I call upon the sponsor of the bill for his wrap-up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no need to say much more than I thank all persons who spoke and who didn't speak for their support. Because those who didn't speak, I know that they're saying that they're for it. And if they're not for it, they're saying that we want to move on quickly. So I thank them for their support. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that this, Mr. Speaker, is a game changer. And one of the things that I've said in every interview that I've done from the time I become Premier to now is that where I have to give credit, I give credit and we move on and we make it better. And where we have to originate stuff, we'll originate it. And Mr. Speaker, this has been on the shelf for quite a while. And it would be remiss of me if I come to this House and did not recognize, based on the file, the efforts of the Leader of Opposition and also my government now, because of some modernization, we'll call it, that we had to do, and Mr. George and the ministry and a consultant, Ms. Aisha, very hard-working young lady, and the whole staff in the Premier's office, and and trade and all that has been done. So much work has been gone behind of this, and right after this is finished, there's the consumer protection that's coming, which will have some teeth place in it, especially in a time of crisis until the rest acts come. Because one of the things we're going to do in this government is keep moving
It's hard to hit a moving target. It's harder. And I want us to keep moving because there'll never be the perfect time to do anything in life except for the time that you make perfect to get it done. And I want to thank everyone for their support. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that that those are my summary of it. And Mr. Speaker, I move now that this bill entitled the Virgin Islands Trade Commission Act 2019, and we may be able to tack on the word at last, as one of the Lashing Dogs album had was named, but may that now be now read a second time.
Thank you, the Leader of Government Business. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Trade Commission Act 2019 be now read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Virgin Islands Trade Commission Act 2019.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of this House of Assembly, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee. Premier, do you have witnesses?
A witness, yes. Mr. George.